Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became a dad too soon? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 16, Panicking. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Shinso sprawled out on the bed, blinking groggily at the ceiling. He flipped over, pulling the blanket over his head, accidentally burying his face into the sheets. It's so soft. His eyes shot open in confusion. Why is it so comfortable? Wasn't he chained up? Wasn't it dark? Shinso scrambled up in alarm. Where am I? He checked his hands. Why can I see? Why is it so warm? Where are the chains? He gulped in alarm. He unconsciously brought his hands up to head, curling in on himself. He was completely and utterly confused. Isa saved me. He came. Right? The missing memories came to him and clicked into place. Isa came. He got hurt because of me. We got out. Right? Why was there so much blood? A beeping sound slowly edged its way into his thoughts, and Shinso looked up, trying to find the source of the sound. He whirled around, facing another bed with a familiar figure lying on it. Aizu! Shinso yelled, leaping off the bed, before he was caught midair by something. He panicked and started thrashing wildly. Hey! Calm down. He felt arms under his arms, and he was turned around, facing a man with long black hair, a gray scarf, and donned a black jumpsuit. The man looked familiar. Isa drew him before. Erase her head. Isa said he was good, but his heart was racing. His thoughts were all over the place. It's fine. I'm not gonna hurt you. Calm down. Aizawa crouched down, placing Shinso on the ground and moving his hands to the child's shoulders. Then, why is he so godmed skinny? You're safe, alright. Take deep breaths. Close your eyes. Shinso tried to will himself to follow the instructions. But every time he did so, all he could see was Midoriya's hollow expression, his older brother chained up, the only person who ever cared about and loved him getting maimed to protect him. I don't want to see it. I don't want to. I don't. His heart raced, and his eyes snapped open. Shinso stumbled backwards, yanking himself out of Aizawa's grip, and wrapped his arms around himself, trying to will his nausea down. Okay? Aizawa was starting to panic internally. He reached out to comfort the boy, but at the contact, Shinso reeled away from him, backing away, and whirled around with a wild expression in his eyes as his back made contact with the leg of his bed. His panic increased by tenfold as he was swept off his feet, until he laid his eyes on the familiar fluffy-haired boy that was lying on the bed that was next to the one he had bumped into, out of the corner of his eye. Midoriya. He was bandaged up. He wasn't bleeding. He was sleeping. He wasn't chained up. Got out? Shinso tried to convince himself that yes, they got out. He couldn't believe it, but he wanted to believe it. How long was he gone? How long did Midoriya search for him? How badly hurt was he? Aizawa noticed the smaller boy's trashing had gone down, and looking in the direction he was looking at, before pulling the smaller boy into his chest while still letting him keep sight of his older brother. You're fine. He's fine too. You're both safe now. It took a while for Shinso to settle down enough and stop struggling completely, and by then, Shizenji had entered the infirmary, the sound of the door closing starting both the pro-hero and the child in his arms. Shinso and Aizawa turned to the source of the noise, and upon seeing a new person, looking at him with an expression that he couldn't read, he panicked again. A new person meant that he was gonna get hurt. Anyone that he didn't recognize, or anyone that Izuka didn't know, they would definitely hurt him. The man with red eyes hurt him. The man with purple hair hurt him. Everyone else he had met after getting kidnapped hurt him. He didn't want to get hurt. It hurts too much. He could still remember the pain flooding into his system, everything hurting, everything aching. His muscles and limbs protesting, his lungs heaving, his throat sore, his head pounding. He didn't want to feel this again. He was out, right? They were free, weren't they? He didn't want to feel this, not again. Never again. Aizawa was at a loss. Clearly, Shinso would be more comfortable with less people around, seeing how badly he was treated by his peers and teachers, but that didn't seem to be what was going on. Shinso knew him. Or at least, he knew that he wasn't a threat. Seeing how Midoriya had been treated, and how bad Shinso looked on the broadcast at that time, the poor kid didn't have it easy the past 10 months at all. He didn't even want to think about what those vile villains did to this poor kid. Shinso froze up in his arms. "Recovery girl, go get Zashi," Aizawa called, Shinso still tensed up in his arms, as if he didn't know how to react. Shizenji nodded, understanding completely, and stepped out of the room, leaving the two in silence. Aizawa waited for Shinso to do something. Anything. A small twitch, a soft whine, anything. But he just remained still. "Hitoshi!" He called out softly to the boy in his arms. No response. Aizawa carefully sat down on the ground, turning Shinso around so that he was facing the pro-hero instead of Midoriya. The child's eyes were empty, in a way that Aizawa recognized, and it pained him to see that expression on a child so young. Hitoshi dissociated. He cradled Shinso into his chest, a pained expression on his face as he tried to figure out how to help the poor child that was in his arms. What did they do to him? How did they? Why, he's just a kid. He's not even 6 yet. Just how badly did they hurt him so that he had to resort to this? Aizawa leaned back against the leg of the bed as he tried to swallow his panic. Panicking wouldn't help anyone, especially Shinso. He could wait it out, but he didn't know how long that would take. "Where is he?" Aizawa jumped as a loud yell resonated out from the hallway. Shinso blinked, shifting around in Aizawa's arms, probably startled when the pro-hero made such a sudden movement. He rubbed his eyes, before looking at Aizawa in confusion. "You okay now?" Shinso paused, and gave a hesitant nod. Aizawa let a small smile grace his lips. Shinso was responding. That was good. The door opened, and Yamada walked in and sat down beside Aizawa. "So, hi." Shinso was being surprisingly calm about all this. "Do you know who we are?" Aizawa asked. Shinso nodded again. Yamada smiled at the boy, before shoving 2 juice packs at them. "Wasn't expecting the little listener to be up, but luckily I got extras." "You sure he can drink that?" Aizawa raised an eyebrow as he expertly extracted the straw and poked it into his pack with one hand, before taking one large gulp. Yamada did the same with the other pack, and held it out for Shinso. "Well." Recovery girl said yes, but not too much for now. "It's liquid food. And it's not chilled. Just drink it slowly, listener." Shinso was looking at the juice pack with what looked like confusion or suspicion. But he still took the pack and sipped on the straw carefully. "I trust you guys. I told Toshi to trust you too." Shinso knew him because he trusted Midoriya. That meant that he only knew that Yamada or Aizawa himself wouldn't hurt him. Seeing that Akatani was Midoriya, and how much they interacted with the boy in either persona, it was no surprise that Midoriya would feel the safest around them out of all the other stronger heroes. He didn't recognize Shizenji. That was the problem. That was a huge problem. She was the one treating him. And if he acted so badly because he didn't know her. Aizawa and Yamada just watched as Shinso swallowed the liquid, as his eyes lit up, and he was staring at the juice pack in wonder and awe. He grabbed the straw with his mouth again, and took a much larger sip. Aizawa couldn't help but smile at the sight of pure innocence that Shinso emanated despite everything he had gone through. "All right, Hitoshi," Aizawa softly said, as the child looked up at him while drinking the strawberry-flavored drink. "You remember that person that came in just now?" Shinso froze, his gaze flicking back and forth between Yamada and Aizawa, before he slowly nodded. "She's the doctor here and a good friend. Her name's Recovery Girl. She's not gonna hurt you, or is Zuku okay? She just needs to make sure you're alright. Just a small checkup. Is that okay?" Shinso gulped. He didn't want a new person checking on him. He didn't even know who she was. He was scared. But Eraserhead was asking so nicely. Yamada and Aizawa watched as Shinso thought about it, before nodding. Aizawa could tell he was still hesitant. "Do you want us to stay here while she checks on you?" Shinso's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. They were offering to stay with him? That had never happened before. Usually people hated him, wanted him out of sight all the time. Or they just wanted to be there to beat him up? He shook his head vigorously. Alright, we'll stay. Aizawa stood up, the child still in his arms, before sitting down on the bed with Shinso on his lap. Meanwhile, Yamada had gotten off the ground, and opened the door, and Shizenji carefully walked into the room. Shinso Hitoshi? She asked quietly, so as to not startle the boy again. Shinso nodded. Alright. Is there anywhere that hurts? Shinso blinked, staring at Shizenji for a good minute, before he pointed at his chest. Yes, your ribs are still slightly bruised. Do you want me to heal it, or do you want to let it heal on its own? I'll need to kiss you if you want me to heal it. Shinso promptly shook his head. He was on the verge of panicking again, and she was already close enough. Alright, come to me if you change your mind. It would probably take a few days for it to heal. That's it for now. Aizawa, I need to talk to you for a second. Aizawa turned to Shinso. Do you mind him taking care of you for a few minutes? Shinso looked really hesitant, but he nodded, eyeing Yamada. Until he pulled out another juice pouch from who knows where. That immediately got Shinso's attention, real fast. Aizawa gave a small smile as he deposited Shinso on Yamada's lap, and exited the infirmary to talk with Shizenji. You think you'll be able to take care of him throughout the day? I can't check on him if he won't let me get close. Forcing him into something he doesn't want isn't going to help his mental state. He seems to trust you the most. There's no way I'll be able to stay here and make things even more worse for the poor boy. Before his mind could even comprehend what she was saying fully, he already nodded. Sure. I have the homeroom classes, and hopefully All Might won't mess up hero training again this time. Aizawa was annoyed. The entire school was talking about Midoriya's exploits. How he ran into the school and hissed at the teachers. How he had a kid with him. How he had been tortured and still was able to do all that. Most of them only knew that the vigilante had green hair. But he knew that most of the Hero Corps students probably knew that it was Midoriya, and someone overheard it and was spreading it. Because the entire school was talking about the kid, and Akatani, and his connection to the school. Gods, rumors were annoying. Sensei? Aizawa looked up from grading his stack of papers, sitting at his desk. Shinso was sitting on his lap, watching him grade essays, remaining eerily silent for a toddler his age. Yes, Yaoyorozu? Who's that? She asked, pointing to Shinso. Wait, who? Kaminari asked, standing up to go to the teacher's table. Oh my god, it's a kid. Ashido gushed. He's adorable. Uraraka grinned. Sensei is so manly. I didn't know you had a child, Sensei. Ida commented, as he examined Shinso from where he stood. Heck, even Bakugo had come to take a look at the commotion out of curiosity. Shinso had frozen up. The second Yaoyorozu spoke up, tensing up as the students started crowding around the teacher's table. All of you, back to your seats immediately, Aizawa ordered, his quirk flaring and his capture weapon flying off his shoulders like magic. He found that it made the class shut up and do as he said the quickest, and sure enough, his class was all in their seats in under a minute. Shinso relaxed, seeing as all of them would listen to Aizawa, and wouldn't hurt him. Aizawa was glad that Shinso didn't seem as frazzled as he had been when he interacted with Shizenji. He suspected that it was mostly adults and kids his age that treated him horribly, and was he looking at Bakugo? Good. All of you, this is Shinso Hitoshi. I'm taking care of him for a while, so don't bother him. Todoroki, no, we both have eye bags but he's not my son, so don't even think it. He's Midoriya's younger brother. Stop looking at me. Bakugo barked, and Shinso promptly curled up and shrunk down, ducking down out of view as he slipped off Aizawa's lap to hide under the table. Bakugo! Jiro hissed, as Aizawa glared at the blonde before trying to coax the trembling child out from under the table. You don't treat children like that. Ida berated. Aizawa gave a quirk-enhanced glare at the class, before dunking down again to try and calm the boy. After 10 minutes, he finally got the kid out from under the table and back on his lap. At the very least, Bakugo did look slightly guilty at the snapping at the small child. Anyone who does that again gets detention for a week. Bakugo, I know you didn't mean it, but things have been hard for him. Whatever negative effects you think your actions may have on him, multiply it by 100, just to be safe. Bakugo grunted, and Aizawa swore he heard a pretty sure he's his dad, even if they have different hair colors. He sighed. Today was going to be a long day. Shizenji looked up as her computer alerted her that Midoriya's heart rate was increasing. She wasn't surprised when she went to go check on him. His four was filled with not just nutrients and water, but also something similar to the energy gummies that she gives to students, just slightly stronger. She normally didn't do this, but she was slightly desperate for him to regain energy quickly so that she could use her quirk to heal him up. His ribs were set and all, but she needed to heal them, and this was the only way to do it quickly. She gave him a quick peck on the forehead and watched as his heart rate lowered down from looking at the heart rate monitor, before quickly fetching a damp, cool cloth and rubbed Midoriya's hair, cleaning out most of the blood and grease, and who knew what other stuff that had accumulated while in captivity. She was the school nurse, sure, but hygiene was important, damn it. After homeroom ended, Aizawa just hung out in the fields with Shinso. The staff room was noisy, especially with Kayama. If she were there, no doubt she would be fussing over the boy. Ectoplasm and Snipe may also freak him out, and Aizawa wanted Shinso to at least be more comfortable with him and maybe wait for Midoriya to wake up before trying to introduce him to anyone new. Shizenji was already hard enough. He didn't know if he could help if Shinso panicked again or dissociated. At least, it wasn't so bad when he had been with him in 1A. His phone vibrated, and upon peering down at it he realized he had a message. From Yamada. Shoyuta. Can we eat lunch in the cafeteria? Bring the listener too. Aizawa sighed. It was lunchtime now. No doubt that it would be crowded and it will stress the poor child out. And Yamada knew that. What was he up to? Hitoshi, present Mike wants to meet at the cafeteria for lunch. It's gonna be crowded and noisy, but we'll be there right next to you. You think you'll be okay? Shinso nodded. Yamada sat on a chair, sipping his tea. Next to him, Kirishima was talking to Bakugo, who sat opposite him, as the rest of 1A sat around them, leaving the seat directly in front of him empty. Aizawa had agreed to join, so all he had to do was wait. He didn't really believe his ears when Bakugo had approached him after lessons, but now that he was here, looking at Bakugo stare at his curry like it was cursed, he was glad. Mike-sensei. What is it, Bakugo? Yamada whirled around, as Bakugo stood in front of him. Do you know where Shinso is? He's probably with Aizawa. Why? Do you know where he is? Nope. Yamada shook his head. Aizawa's wild. He could be in the vents, the fields, under the table, in a closet, just snoozing away. You'll never know with him. Oh. Bakugo looked slightly dejected. Do you want to talk to him? Bakugo shook his head. I need to talk with Shinso. I scared him this morning. I didn't mean it. The way he looked at me. It made me feel like a villain. The very opposite of what I want to be. Deku tells me that I should be nicer to people. And I guess I should apologize to him. Yamada blinked. Then blinked again. Alright, go have lunch. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Mike-sensei. Sure enough, Aizawa's jet black hair drew his attention from the door, and Yamada quickly waved him over to their table. So, what's so urgent that you had to all me here? Aizawa hissed, Shinso in his arms as he plopped down on the chair, right next to Bakugo. The entire 1A class continued on with their conversations, and both Shinso and Aizawa were glad for the lack of attention. I'm sorry. The entirety of 1A clammed up, staring at Bakugo incredulously, as he hunched over and glanced at Shinso. Shinso was looked at him, shock evident on his face. I was rude to you. And I probably acted like a bully, and that's unbefitting of a hero. I didn't mean it. I was insensitive. I didn't know you would react so badly to it. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Aizawa couldn't believe that Bakugo had thrown away his pride in front of his entire class, just to apologize. Maybe. They still had enough time to fix Bakugo's attitude before he became a hero. Shinso had an unreadable expression on his face. The tension at their table was high, all of the looking at Bakugo and Shinso as they looked at each other. Bakugo looked uncomfortable, but he kept respectful eye contact with the smaller child. Shinso's expression melted into a small smile, and he nodded. Bakugo smiled back. Thanks, kid. So, are you mute? Kaminari leaned over the table from Kirishima's side. You haven't said a word all day. He shook his head. My siblings are your age and they're really noisy, Karo. Maybe he doesn't like talking? Shoji said. Kids are usually loud though. Uraraka muttered. Shinso had no idea how to answer. How do you tell people you have a bad quirk? That you didn't want to use it by accident? That you didn't want anyone to hurt you for it? He remained silent. Yamada understood his plight. Wanting to communicate but not wanting to speak out loud. With his quirk, he had that problem a lot, and it was a habit for him to carry paper and pens around on his hero costume at all times. He quickly slipped them out and handed them to Shinso, who quickly took it and scribbled on the paper. Bad quirk? Aizawa questioningly asked. Shinso nodded, slowly, hesitantly. He closed his eyes, waiting for insults to rain down on him, or beatings. Don't be silly. There's no such thing as a bad quirk. You choose how to use it. If it makes you feel better, my quirk allows me to erase quirks, so if you do slip up, I can fix it, Aizawa said. Shinso just looked at him, completely flabbergasted. I can speak? He didn't realize he had said that out loud. Oh my god, his voice is adorable. Ashido squealed. Not mad? Shinso couldn't help but ask. Why would we get mad? Nothing wrong with speaking, Kirishima pointed out. Everyone hates it when I speak. That statement just made the hearts of the rest of the class clench. They felt sad for the child who thought it was wrong to just speak. Even Deku? Bakugo asked. Shinso just tilted his head like an owl. It was adorable. Izuku. That was a nickname. Shinso's eyes lit up and he smiled. Aiza likes it when I talk. 1A melted. He's adorable. Yayorozu screeched internally. Todoroki thought about why Tuya ran away. Maybe leaving made him feel happy. Hey, you remember that kid yesterday? The vigilante? Yeah. I heard there was a lot of blood. And he was trying to protect a kid. I was there. He was practically leaking blood. I heard he died. Don't be ridiculous. Who's feeding lies into your head? I'm honestly surprised he lasted so long with those injuries until Midnight Sensei used her quirk. Wonder what quirk he has. Must be something awesome. No sheet. Aizawa cursed internally as he could hear the rumors and mutterings starting up again. But couldn't they just give it a rest? Why did kids talk so much? He froze as he felt Shinso tense up in his grip. He started trembling, and Shinso unconsciously brought his hands up to his head. One statement rang out. I heard he died. Fear swallowed the boy and he clutched his head. His heart was pounding in his chest. His head felt hazy. He couldn't hear anything. All he could see was Midoriya's limp body, covered in blood, his expressions hollow, dead. He tried to shake the thoughts out of his head. No. No. He's alive. He's alive. He whispered. Aizawa could feel the tremors emanating from the boy and realized. He's having a panic attack. His voice wasn't loud enough to attract any attention, but Aizawa was worried. He tried to hold on to Shinso, but the boy flinched and curled in even more on himself. Hitoshi. Calm down. Can you hear me? He tried asking, but it seemed like the boy couldn't hear him as he curled up in as small a ball as possible. He's not dead. He's not dead. He's alive. He was there. I saw him. He's not dead. He's not dead. Tears threatened to leak out of Shinso's eyes, and he was gripping his head so hard that Aizawa feared he would hurt himself. The rest of Class 1A and Yamada were panicking as well, not really knowing how to react. He's not dead. He's not dead. He's not dead. He's not dead. Shinso kept repeating the sentence like a mantra, his voice slowly getting louder as he desperately tried to ground himself from the nightmare he called his imagination. Midoriya's body ached. He wanted to remain like this. Everything was dark. He was calm. Everything was sore, but as long as he didn't move, it wasn't that bad. A small part of his brain flared up, and he felt himself jolt awake. He remembered. He got out. He saved Shinso. They got out. They saw. Aizawa-sensei? It was all black. Toshi? Where was he? Despite the logical side of his brain screeching that he was being illogical, despite his body howling and screaming in protest as he sat up, he tore the sheets off, yanking the 4 and all the other machines connected to him out, before racing out of the infirmary. He ignored the protests of the machines blaring out from the loss of connection as his brain went into overdrive, trying to make out where he was and where to look. Where is Toshi? Notes. Join the ultimate angst hell. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Chapter 17. Dad Problems? Yamada was freaking out. Sitting opposite him, on his best friend's lap, sat the distressed child. The entire cafeteria had fallen silent, as Shinso's cries of anguish slowly grew louder and louder. Most of the occupants were clearly looking guilty, as they turned around to see what was going on at the 1A table, some realizing just who Shinso was. Shinso was shaking so badly, and Yamada was seriously afraid that he would fall off Aizawa's lap and hurt himself. It didn't help that Kaminari, Ashido and Kirishima had leaned over to get closer to the boy, trying to calm him down, but Shinso had literally smacked Kaminari's hand away when he got close, and shrieked, "Get away from me!" Aizawa had tried to hold on to the panicking boy, but attempts were met with so much resistance from Shinso that he couldn't. He couldn't use his capture weapon either, lest he hurt him by accident. "Stop it! Leave him alone! Stop it, stop it, stop it!" Yaoyorozu had started panicking, and Uraraka and Jiro were trying to calm her down. Some students had crowded around their table, trying to see the commotion, and Ida was desperately trying to make them go away and to give Shinso some space. He wasn't able to do so, but one glare from Aizawa and Yamada was enough to send them scattering. Bakugo was at an utter loss. He had half a mind to blast those idiots that had upset the child. Monoma wanted to help. He never had a panic attack before, but he pitied the poor child who had gotten kidnapped and had seen someone get tortured right in front of him before he was even in elementary school. Tetsu was looking on, his jaw dropped, and Kendo's and Tokage's heart clenched when they saw tears starting to well up in Shinso's eyes. "Zashi! Get Kiyama!" Aizawa hissed, and Yamada was about to immediately follow that instruction, if not for the feral roar that resonated throughout the cafeteria, filled with anger and agony and pain and despair. "Where is Toshi?" Midoriya ran to the nearest room and yanked open the door. He scanned over the room briefly and intensely, not registering as he growled at the students in the classroom, before closing the door with a slam and moving on to the next room. That bad feeling in his chest rang throughout his entire being, and Midoriya was ignoring every single scream of protest by his muscles as he raced throughout the hallways. He knew he was panicking, but his brain was too tried to even think of calming down. Students and teachers alike swerved aside to avoid getting barreled into. "Toshi!" He slammed open the door to a supply closet, glancing around, before slamming it shut again, but not before growling animalistically at the darkened closet. He almost ran into Snipe, but he dodged just in time to avoid running into his former homeroom teacher and continued on his way. Snipe was about to yell at the blur of green to stop running in the hallway before he realized who he was. It took him some time to put two and two together, and then he yelled, "Wait! Midoriya! Stop running! You'll make your injuries worse!" Midoriya's aura was flaring out every now and then, and it was only getting stronger with each passing second. He couldn't keep it under control, not with his current exhausted state of mind that was registering almost everything as a threat. It wasn't violent, chaotic as usual, no. Midoriya felt like he was going to fall apart. If he didn't find the person who he had spent so much time, so much effort, to find, he would break. His heart would shatter, and his mind would fall apart. His pupils were sharp, scanning and looking out for a single hint of lavender, yet dilated from exhaustion. His body was screaming, hissing, clawing at him from the inside out, telling him that he needed to stop. Midoriya didn't care. He needed to find Shinso, make sure he was fine. That he wasn't hurt, that he was happy. That he wasn't dead. He dreaded that thought. He wondered if it was possible to pass out while running. Midoriya tried to round a corner, his muscle memory kicking in, then giving out in the last second. He slammed his shoulder into the wall, and Kan, who just happened to walk out the door opposite the child, flinched when he heard the loud bang and the sickening pop of a shoulder. He could only watch, jaw dropped and stunned, and Midoriya leaned against the wall, greedily gulping in fresh air into his oxygen-starved lungs as he harshly shoved his arm back into place. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, his eye bags standing out prominently on his face against his paler-than-usual skin. His exhaustion was written prominently across his features, and his trembling form as he leaned against the wall. It wasn't long before Midoriya ran off again, and by the time Ken had regained his bearings he was already gone, the only trace of his presence being the echoing footsteps and the ghastly, almost broken-sounding yells and cries of anguish for the little brother that he had spent months trying to find and save, finally rescuing him from the hellhole he had been trapped in for what felt like an eternity, before they got ripped apart again. He heard a commotion from the cafeteria, and he could no longer keep his emotions under control as they burst out like a tidal wave. He couldn't hold back his anger, his rage, his sorrow, his non-existent sense of self-worth, 10 months of self-torture by his own emotions and exhaustion, his tiredness, his desperation. He ran into the cafeteria, leaning against the doorframe for support as he felt his legs wobble, his hair unkempt, and he yelled, "Where is Toshi?" His words were backed by his escaped emotions, bursting behind his words in the silent threat that if anyone hurts his brother, he would personally bring them hell to pay. He didn't expect the entire hall to fall silent, unknown that his own presence was doing this. Shinso heard the yell. Aizu was here. Aizu's alive. He quickly looked in the direction the yell came from, seeing the breathing figure of his older brother leaning against the doorway. His hair was a mess, he was all covered in bandages from head to toe, and his expression was contorted into a grimace, probably from the strain of pushing himself again before he had even recovered. "Aizu!" he screeched, leaping off Aizawa's lap before anyone could stop him. Midoriya had already rushed over to his side, and Shinso ran over to him. Midoriya tried to bend down, but felt a twinge of pain flare in his legs. His legs gave way, the adrenaline that was blocking most of his receptors finally wearing off as he embraced the boy who had started tearing up and crying. He wrapped his arms around Shinso and buried his face into Shinso's hair, reminding himself over and over mentally that Toshi's fine. He's fine. He's alive. He's not hurt. You're okay. They're wrong. You're alive. Shinso cried out as he wrapped his arms around Midoriya as he sobbed. "I'm sorry." He sniffed. "I'm sorry I got kidnapped." Sorry. It's my fault You're injured." But Midoriya cut him off. "Shut, Toshi, it's not your fault. You did nothing wrong." Midoriya coughed and wheezed, and Aizawa hated how weak and tired the poor teenager sounded. "I'm sorry it took so long to find you." That confirmation, that Midoriya was alive, for real, and his mind was no longer playing tricks on him, was too much, and Shinso burst into tears, crying into Midoriya's chest, knowing that they were finally free, and they were finally safe. He knew that Midoriya never stopped looking for him, and he was just so happy that they were back together again, and Midoriya would no longer have to push himself to accomplish the impossible while running on less than minimal sleep, and he was glad they were finally done with that arc in their life. The pure, unadulterated love and care between the two siblings, genetically related or not, the pure relief and love that washed off them made Aizawa melt inside, for finally, after 10 long, tedious months of watching Midoriya wear himself thin, of seeing that vile, horrible broadcast of Shinso screeching out for Midoriya, and Midoriya doing everything in his power to protect Shinso from harm, having to calm the poor disorientated kid down after he somehow stumbled back into UA in a bloody, haggard mess. The two kids he had grown to love and care about, even if he hadn't met Shinso before, they were finally able to find their peace with each other. They could finally rest. "Midoriya, you okay?" Zero had seen how his legs wobbled, how he practically collapsed on the spot. He reached out to give Midoriya a hand, but when he got close, Midoriya hissed and bared his teeth at him, showing off his sharp canines, his eyes slit animalistically. "Deku, you idiot!" Bakugo face-bombed and sighed. Midoriya promptly turned his attention away from Zero. "Kaken? The one and only." Bakugo snorted. He took a good look at Midoriya, and blanched when he saw just how much of his friend was covered in bandages. He remembered how wild and disorientated the boy was, and was relieved when he saw Midoriya's emerald green eyes looking back at him. "You doing okay there?" "Honestly, no." Midoriya admitted, "Everything hurts. And I think I pulled a muscle. Or maybe a few muscles." That's what happens when you run off like that. Shizenji's voice rang out as she walked into the cafeteria. That was utterly reckless of you. You're not even fully healed yet. Midoriya could tell she really wanted to whack him with her cane, and was only not doing so because of his injuries. And I seriously have no idea how you're running around like that. You're running on fumes, and I just used my quirk on you after you barely regained enough energy. You shouldn't even be awake right now, and I have no idea if I should be surprised, mad, or shocked at you right now. Midoriya muttered something under his breath, and only Bakugo was close enough and familiar enough with the habits of the boy to understand it. He said that he's used to doing things with very little energy. Idiot went a week once without sleeping. You reckless piece of shit. Bakugo growled. He reached out to pat Shinso, whose crying had gotten softer, but even he wasn't free from Midoriya's hissing when he attempted to do so. Pretty sure he's gone longer than that. Aizawa grumbled. Problem child, go rest. Now, Midoriya winced when he tried to do so. My legs feel dead. He deadpanned, his voice betraying the sheer exhaustion he was feeling and the willpower he was using to just not collapse there and then. Idiot problem child. Aizawa cursed under his breath, before scooping up his two kids that he was horrified to find ridiculously light, and headed to the infirmary, Shizenji in tow. The entire cafeteria was silent, until two cries of "he's so manly" broke it. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu ended up bonding over Midoriya's manliness. Kendo and Shiozaki were having a much calmer conversation with Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Jiro, while Monoma was busy making Bakugo mad, and Yui and Tokage had a really animated conversation with Hagakure, Uraraka, Kaminari, Siro, and Ishido. It was an unanimous decision that any talk of the events that transpired the previous day was banned. I honestly have no idea how I even ended up back here. Aizawa remained silent as he trudged through the halls of Ua. You were kinda out of it when we found you, he finally said. You looked like you couldn't see us. I couldn't, Midoriya admitted. I think a villain used their quirk on me. My sense of sight, smell, and hearing were all messed up. I had no idea where I was going. I couldn't tell. I just let myself run to where it felt the safest. They finally reached the infirmary, and Aizawa deposited Midoriya back on his bed, Shinso still in the older boy's grasp. Midoriya coughed weakly, and Shinso lay by Midoriya's side, snuggled into the crook of his arm. Midoriya slowly pet his back, and his little brother yawned and nuzzled his older brother. Midoriya's eyes were already drooping, his eyes clouded with exhaustion. You two just stay here and rest. No more running out. If you need anything, just call me, okay? You two need more rest before I can finish healing you guys up. Shizenji sighed. Aizawa has nothing better to do, so he's probably gonna nap here as well, so feel free to call him as well. Aizawa grunted, but otherwise made no move to correct her. Alright. Midoriya mumbled drowsily, before he was out like a light. Shinso was cuddled up to Midoriya, and also fell asleep, his emotional outburst earlier draining him of his energy. Neither of them noticed that Aizawa had turned completely red, and was desperately trying to hide his blushing face in his capture weapon. The man with purple hair crouched down low. The heroes were already gone, but he knew that there was still someone around. They hadn't found him yet, as he hid, sandwiched between two concrete walls that had fallen apart, hiding him from V, but also preventing him from escaping as one slab pinned his leg down. He stiffened, as footsteps and dragging sounds were heard, and two agonized screeches filled the air. He looked up, seeing as a masked man help up two of his men, the one with the paralyzing quirk and the one with the teleportation quirk. The man released them, and their bodies fell to the ground with two loud thuds. Puppeteer! I was looking for you. His eyes trailed to his men before to the man. I have a proposition for you. Join me. Join our ranks, and we'll change the world. People with quirks like yours, they label you as villains, and never gave you a chance. Join me and let us change that. The man was desperate. His past of being called a villain, right until he gave up fighting against the world and became what they wanted him to be, rang out in his mind, loud and clear. Alright, I'll join you. Good. All for one chuckled, easily blasting the concrete slabs to bits with some sort of air quirk, before healing the injured leg with another healing quirk. Welcome to the League, Shinso Kugutsu. Chapter 18, Bedrest. Notes. To the guest on fanfic.net that commented on that not sleeping for a week will kill you. I personally went a week without sleeping. I had a lot of coffee, and promptly crashed when the week ended, and I'm pretty sure I'm not dead yet. Also, if you search it up, there's a guy that holds the world record for not sleeping, which is 11 days. 1.5 weeks. Which is more than 7 days. Shinso yawned and the cool air hit the inside of his mouth. He was pressed up against something warm, and he snuggled up to it. He groggily opened his eyes, coming face to face with a bandaged chest. His eyes traveled upwards, towards Midoriya's serene, sleeping face, before he let out what sounded like a purr and nuzzled his older brother. In turn, while he was asleep, Midoriya unconsciously wrapped his arms tighter around his brother, pulling him in closer, but not enough to hurt him. He didn't remember sleeping with a blanket though. Aizawa watched the interaction from his spot on the floor, grading worksheets. He had messaged Yamada to bring his stuff, after they managed to clear out the entire commotion in the cafeteria. They were lucky the press wasn't alerted of Midoriya's situation at UA, or another USJ incident may take place. In turn, Hawks, Nishiya, Hakamada, and Takayama had called UA at least 2 times each to ask about the vigilante, and each time, Nizu had to tell them that it was all under control, and that Midoriya was recovering without revealing his name. All of them were insistent on meeting the child that had scared the hell out of all the villains, and Nizu had no choice but to agree that they could come under Midoriya's terms. It was all Nizu could do, unless he wanted to offend 3 of the top 10 heroes. NG had, luckily, not called. Knowing him, he probably was embarrassed when they opened the gates later, with Yagi in his all-might form to berate him for using his fire on the young vigilante in a school and scaring him if he managed to get it. They managed to come to a very strained agreement to drop it, and NG had promptly left, seething the entire time. Todoroki's face was absolute gold, according to Kiyama. It was a Tuesday afternoon. The sports festival was on Thursday. Midoriya went missing on Friday. They escaped on Monday. Aizawa had no idea how Midoriya managed to pull off miracle after miracle. Winning the sports festival, helping Todoroki use his fire, finding Shinso, managing to free themselves, somehow getting away from NG and into UA just in time for the UA barrier to protect him from the blazing fire user, surviving the entire ordeal. He was sure it was because of his sheer will and determination, his inability to give up on anything or anyone. He kept pushing forward, not letting anyone drag him down. In fact, he ends up dragging people with him, like with Todoroki. But Aizawa knew that Midoriya was also lucky. They were lucky that the villains weren't so bright, at least, not as bright as that villain that Yagi seemed to be after. They underestimated Shinso's trust in Midoriya, Midoriya's own ingenuity, his ability to think on the spot and come up with solutions, his unshakable willpower and determination. Luck would always run out. Aizawa didn't want to risk it. He needed to train Midoriya properly, to make sure that he was ready for whatever the world threw at him. He needed to ensure that he could take care of himself. He didn't mean knowing how to fight. Being Akatani was one thing, and Midoriya's ferocity and unpredictability was enough at this point in time. Midoriya needed to know, to learn how to unwind, to understand just how important it was to relax. Ever since he had met him, Midoriya had been a tightly wound spring, a RBB band stretched to its maximum. His breakdown in school was when that RBB band snapped, when the spring that was being wound tighter and tighter, coiled up more and more suddenly broke from all the pressure forced on it. Midoriya had been forced to mature too soon, taking on the roles of a parent and guardian while having his own duties as a student. Aizawa only knew that Midoriya had been taking care of himself and Shinso, but surely he had parents that at least looked out for him? But his records stated otherwise. No parents or guardians, at least, none that Midoriya recognized. He did everything on his own, placing the burden upon his own shoulders to pay for everything. Aizawa hated that the child had grown up like that. Seeing Midoriya with Shinso, both of them finally at ease, made him happy. He went back to grading his papers. Izuku, wake up. Midoriya opened his eyes, rubbing them, as he lay flat on his back, staring into Aizawa's black ones. What time is it? Around 6. You want to eat, don't you? Not really. Midoriya mumbled, wrapping his arms around Shinso like a teddy bear, who had also woken up. Shinso didn't really mind being manhandled, not that Aizawa could blame him from being deprived of anything nice for literally 10 months. Get up. Fine. Fussy pot. Midoriya huffed, wincing as he tried to push himself off the bed as his injuries all over flared up in pain. I don't mean literally. Just stay awake for a while. Recovery girl will pop over soon and heal you guys. Oh. Midoriya gave up his futile struggle in his injured form. This is dumb. Do you mind if I ask some questions? Aizawa hesitantly asked. Sure. I trust you, so why not? Midoriya attempted a shrug, but failed horribly while lying down. Can I sit up? Please? Aizawa helped Midoriya into a sitting position, before he sat on the chair beside the bed and leaned back. So, mind telling me about your family? There's nothing much to tell, to be honest. Midoriya sighed. Dad left when I was a kid. Mom raised me until I was 4. For? What happened after? Aizawa asked, frowning. Found out I was quirkless. Mom started neglecting me, I guess. I wasn't worth it. Midoriya sighed, and Shinso reached upwards to pat his hair. Midoriya squeaked, but otherwise made no other movements as Shinso giggled. I did housework. Cleaned the house, did all the chores except those in the kitchen. She said I needed to earn my share of food. Yes. It was kinda helpful. Aizawa shook his head. Silly problem child. He saw the best in everyone, unless it came to villains. You remember that guy you caught? Around 2 years ago? The fire-breathing guy? Midoriya asked, and continued after Aizawa hummed and nodded. Well, he's my dad. He killed my mom, burnt the house. You guys caught him. And Hitoshi? What about him? Midoriya frowned as Shizenji entered the room, along with Tsukachi, Yamada and Nizu. Neither of the kids seemed to notice. Shinso looked at Aizawa curiously. You said you adopted him? Yeah. Midoriya nodded. Seems like so long ago. You okay with me telling Toshi? Shinso thought about it for a while before he nodded. You remember that time you ran into me? My debut? Aizawa groaned. He remembered all right. You took down my criminal. You're old. Midoriya huffed. A few days after that, I found him in an alleyway. His mom didn't want him and his dad was a criminal, so no one took him in. So I did. You are aware that it could be a trap, right? Tsukachi couldn't help but ask. He had already been informed that Midoriya was Akatani, and while he was a bit peeved at the vigilante for causing trouble, he had to admit that most of the villains that had encountered him had been so scared they went to rehabilitation with no trouble at all, quitting being villains in pure fear. It made things easier, honestly. I'm not blaming you or anything. I'm just hoping you were aware of the dangers. So, hi. Yamada grinned. Midoriya nodded, shooting the detective an exasperated look. Well, who am I to deny a baby a home? Nice to see you again, Suki. That is not my name. Tsukachi sighed. At this point, I'm not even sure if you know my name or you're just joking. Around. Midoriya gave him a tired, cheeky grin. Shinso gazed at Nizu, blinking at the animal principal. Nizu chuckled, walking over to the bed and hauled himself up. He sat at the edge of the bed and looked back at Shinso. He reached out, but then withdrew his hand, looking at Nizu in contemplation. Nizu had a soft spot of children. That's why he was a principal of a school, using his quirk to help children grow and develop into fine young men and women. Younger kids got a bit too excited around him, and they couldn't control their own strength, and being an animal, they were a lot more curious. He did have a fair share of tail pulling the last time he bent down to tie his shoelaces in a park, and that's why he decided it was just easier to live in his office. He chuckled and nodded at Shinso before leaning forward. The purple-haired child took this as an invitation and gently pat Nizu's head, his eyes sparkling in wonder as he ran his hand through Nizu's fur. He quickly turned to Midoriya, eyes gleaming, and grinned. He's so fluffy. Aizawa and Yamada had to stifle their laughter, lest Nizu turn on them in his moment of weakness around the child. Nizu could be sadistic when he wanted to, and there was no way he was going to take it out on Shinso. Shizenji just stood beside Tsukachi, observing both boys as she frowned and scribbled something on a notepad, and asked, "Sorry to interrupt, but I would like to check on them first. You can continue your conversations later." Aizawa gulped. She was probably still mad at Midoriya for jumping out of the bed earlier, and Shinso's earlier breakdown. Shinso shook his head and latched onto Midoriya's arm, just noticing Shizenji and Tsukachi. Aizawa could see how every muscle in his body tensed up as he looked at the two adults with what seemed to be fear and apprehension. "Toshi, it's fine. You see her? She's recovery girl. She's the nurse here. She's not gonna harm you. You already met Aizawa, who's Eraserhead, and Yamada, present Mike." Midoriya stuck his tongue out at Tsukachi, and he sighed exasperatedly. "And that's Nizu, the principal of UA. That's Tsukachi. I call him Suki 'cause it sounds cuter. He's part of the police." Shinso visibly glared at Tsukachi, even growling slightly. It wasn't scary, but the hostility shown from the previously shy, scared child confused them greatly. Is he like the house people? The adults were even more confused. "Nah, he's fine. He won't hurt us." Midoriya shook his head. Shinso immediately calmed down and leaned against Midoriya, his shoulders slumped down, completely relaxed. The stark contrast between his previous tension upon meeting Shizenji and Tsukachi compared to his current completely tamed state just showed how much Shinso trusted Midoriya. He believed that Midoriya would do nothing to harm him, and if Midoriya decided that someone was harmless enough, that was good enough for him. "What house people?" Midoriya shrugged. "Flash fire burnt our home. It's still intact, luckily, so we just continued staying there. It took me several days of arguing with the government people to just leave me alone. Toshi had to stay over at the owner of his preschool while I sorted it out." "Didn't like it?" Aizawa hissed. They were living like that. He really wanted to just storm into prison and whack Midoriya Hisashi a few times. And a lot more for Midoriya and Shinso's sake. Shizenji walked up to the duo, and while Shinso still looked slightly apprehensive about her presence, he didn't dissociate like he did last time. That was a huge improvement. "Alright. Shinso is mostly fine. All he has is some minor bruising on his chest that I didn't manage to heal last time. But like I said this morning, if you don't want me to treat you, that's perfectly fine. They'll fade in a day." Shinso blinked before he looked up at Midoriya. Midoriya gave him a small smile and gently ruffled his head. "You choose, Toshi. She won't hurt you, I can guarantee that." Shinso bit his lip and contemplated the decision, before looked up at Shizenji shyly and nodded. "Now, please." "All right, dearie. Give me your hand." Shinso stuck out his hand like he was told, and Shizenji gave him a small kiss on the back of his hand. Shinso shook his head as he started noticing the after effects of Shizenji's quirk, but still managed to remain awake, even though he looked tired. "Shinso's good to go now. As for you, Midoriya, I'm going to take off your bandages slowly, okay?" Midoriya nodded, as Yamada handed both kids a juice pack each. Aizawa was going to make he restocked it. Shinso happily sed on the packaged drink, as Midoriya slowly took small sips as bandages fell away, leaving his arms, legs, and torso exposed with a multitude of stitches, scars, and barely healed wounds. "You noticed your ribs hurt a lot, right? I barely managed to fix them before you decided to rush out like a maniac. I can heal them all in one go right now. Or slowly, and over the course of a few days." "Usually you don't ask students, recovery girl," Yamada pointed out. Obviously, she wouldn't ask students for their opinion on something they are not knowledgeable in, but after something like that, being able to make a choice, and consciously knowing that they have the ability to do so is important for their mental health. "I would want to be sure that I have a choice in what happens to me," Aizawa replied. Shizenji nodded, before she turned to Midoriya, who just gave her the go-ahead for the complete healing process. Once again, she kissed the back of his hand, and the rest of Midoriya's injuries healed up with a calming green glow. Midoriya slouched, and looked like he was going to fall right back into the bed, asleep, but instead he just blinked blearily at Shizenji as she checked him for any more injuries. Aizawa had stood up, ready to catch Midoriya in case Shizenji's quirk drained him enough for him to pass out, but based on Shizenji's expression, it seemed like she had completely expected him to do so, and had given up questioning how Midoriya was breaking medical rules and laws and creating miracles left and right. Shinso stared, blinking as the injuries disappeared like magic, and Aizawa hunched over even more, utterly wrecked that such a young child that could wear such a mesmerized expression upon seeing a quirk in action had to suffer through such horrible, traumatic events. I've noticed you have a few stitches that were horribly done. Where were you even treated? She asked. I knew I did a bad job. I didn't think I was that bad though. Midoriya muttered under his breath, and Shizenji glared at him. You did it on your own? Yeah. We didn't have to waste money going for a doctor. And they were probably going to ask a lot of questions. Midoriya shook his head, shaking the sleepiness out of his eyes. Did you use painkillers? No. Why would I? I'm not even going to question you at this point. Shizenji sighed. Next time you get an injury, come to me directly. Don't hide any injuries, got it? Yes, ma'am. Good. Shizenji rummaged around the closet. Before procuring 2 sets of clothing, you 2 can eat something and then sleep. Or if you want to shower you can do that as well. Midoriya shakily stood up, stretching and rubbed his eyes. I want a shower. I feel like I'm covered in blood. He scowled. Shinso hopped off the bed to join him, and Midoriya grabbed the clothes Shizenji had given him, as well as 2 towels. Do you mind someone supervising you? Yes. Want to make sure you won't fall asleep in the shower and hurt yourselves? I don't mind. Midoriya yawned, and Tsukachi grabbed his file. I can come back another day. I should let you guys rest. Midoriya was about to protest that he was able to be questioned, but one look from Aizawa and he grumbled. Okay. No questioning now. You're aborted. Nisa's eyes glinted in amusement as Aizawa buried himself in his scarf. Tsukachi was politely covering his mouth as he laughed, and Yamada was hunched over in laughter, smacking Aizawa's back as he guffawed at him. To make matters worse, Shizenji then said, I'll let your dad supervise you. Okay, Dash. Wait, I'm not Dash. What? He admitted it. Yamada roared, but one look from Midoriya made him slam his hands over his mouth in an attempt to stifle his laughter. Sorry. Too loud. Aizawa just decided to take that opportunity to slip into the bathroom. He sat down on the ground and watched as they scrubbed their skin, and Aizawa could watch as it turned red under their attempts. He was pretty sure it wasn't from the heat of the water. It wasn't just Shinso, no, but Midoriya as well. Stop scrubbing so hard. He called out, You'll injure yourselves. They didn't seem to hear him, and Shinso suddenly curled up in a ball, shivering on the cold bathroom floor. Toshi? Midoriya crouched down, putting his arm around the child. Aizawa stood up to check on them. There's so much blood. Shinso muttered, his brow furrowed as he scratched his forearm harshly. Aizawa stretched out to stop Shinso from hurting himself, not caring that he was getting his outfit wet, but Midoriya turned around to face his teacher and growled. Hey, Izuku, just me. Aizawa gently pulled Shinso's hands away, as Midoriya relaxed slightly when he recognized the teacher. He quickly helped Midoriya and Shinso rinse the grime, grease and blood out of their hair, cringing at the color of the dirty water. Shinso was still somewhat in a daze and Aizawa frowned. He was going to need therapy for sure. Aizawa quickly passed the towels over, letting them wear the clean clothes while he growled at Yamada to get him dry clothes as well. He caught them as someone threw clothes in his face, and he quickly changed. He turned to the 2 kids, and he found Midoriya sitting on the ground, arms wrapped around Shinso protectively, watching his every movement like a hawk. Aizawa sat down beside them, gently rubbing a towel against their hair to SCK up the moisture. Midoriya didn't make any movement when he did so, instead looking at Shinso intently with concern and worry written all over his face. When Aizawa turned to dry Shinso's hair, Midoriya snapped his attention to him, but made no move to stop him, keeping his eyes glued to the pro-hero. Almost like he wanted Aizawa to do it. Shinso flinched slightly when Aizawa ran the towel through his hair, but relaxed and let out what sounded like a purr as he gently dried the smaller boy's hair. So Aizawa was probably doing something right, or so he thought to himself. Midoriya also relaxed and ruffled Shinso's hair when the teacher was done. Come on now. I don't think either of you want to sleep on the ground tonight. Aizawa stood up and glanced at the door, growling when he saw Yamada standing there with his phone. What are you doing? Aizawa hissed. Nothing. Yamada quickly made his way away from the door, and Aizawa hissed as he grabbed the voice hero with his capture weapon that was surprisingly dry. He snatched the phone away as he left voice hero writhing on the ground, tangled in the signature weapon. Aizawa scrolled through his phone and raised an eyebrow. "You took a video? It's for a greater cause." Yamada yelped as Aizawa sat on the downed hero, tapping away. Midoriya looked on in amusement, and Shinso giggled softly as he watched Yamada struggle under Aizawa. Midoriya knew he wasn't really trying. Yamada relied mostly on his quirk, yes, but he wasn't that bad in hand-to-hand combat, and was probably strong enough to bench press Aizawa. On the other hand, Aizawa was pure muscle. His smaller, thinner stature was hidden in his baggy outfit made him lighter than most people expected him to be. Midoriya had no doubt that as Yamada really wanted to, he could just push his fellow pro hero off him. Instead, he was just whining and struggling like a kid. "Shoyuda, what did you do?" Yamada whined as Aizawa pulled out his own phone to check on it. Aizawa just handed the phone back to him, and with the most deadpan expression on his face, he replied, "I sent it to myself. And deleted it off your phone. And cleared the deleted photos on your phone. And cleared your cache. The only copy of the video is with me now, thank you very much." He untangled his friend from the capture weapon, and Yamada gave Midoriya and Shinso some food, courtesy of Lunch Rush, pouting all the while. The smug face that rested on Aizawa's face didn't help matters, and Yamada looked like a kicked puppy as he sat on the ground. Aizawa grabbed a juice pack. "Gimme one, Sho." "No." Nizu was snickering the entire time, and Yamada pouted more. Shizenji just sighed, exasperated at the antics of the two pro heroes. Aizawa was stubborn, even as a student, and no amount of begging would make him do anything unless he wanted to do it. "Come on, please." "No." "So mean, Sho." "Okay. You're not supposed to say okay. You're supposed to feel sorry for your actions." "I'm not sorry though, to be honest." Midoriya looked on in disbelief as the two pro heroes he was close to acted like children. He knew that Aizawa and Yamada were close and good friends, but he was not expecting this at all. Both of them continued bickering childishly. A small sound was heard. It slowly grew louder, and both adults stopped their argument to find the source of the sound. Shinso was laughing. His hands were covering his mouth in an attempt to stifle his laughter, but the sweet sound could still be heard. Aizawa could see that all the tension and apprehension in his small body was gone. He wasn't trying to hide anymore. He didn't have to hide anymore. His eyes sparkled, a soft smile on his face, and Aizawa swore internally that he wanted the child to feel like this all the time. No more fear. No more stress. Aizawa wanted him to act his age, to be the carefree child that didn't have to worry about villains or being kidnapped or of people he loved dying. It wasn't long before Shinso fell asleep. Nizu and Shizenji were talking about something, and Aizawa finally got Yamada a juice pack to shut him up. Midoriya was tired. He wanted to sleep. But he wanted to talk to the only pro heroes that he trusted. And Nizu. Since you couldn't hide anything from Nizu. And Shinso seemed to like him, so why not? Midoriya had to wait until Shinso fell asleep. He didn't want to discuss this while he was awake. He didn't want him to see his insecurities, to see him so weak. He carefully stroked Shinso's head as he slept, wrapping his arms around the older boy's chest. Midoriya really didn't want to do this. But he didn't have a choice. Shinso's well-being was far too important for him to bother about his own silly emotions. Nizu had apparently finished whatever he wanted to discuss, and had made a move to leave, before Midoriya called out, "Wait, sir." "Yes, Midoriya?" Nizu turned around, looking at the boy with curiosity. Yamada and Aizawa turned to face the teenager, concern written on their features. Midoriya looked internally conflicted, like he really didn't want to do this. "Calm down, problem child." "What is it?" Aizawa calmly said. Midoriya took a deep breath. I would like Aizawa-sensei to take custody over Toshi from now on." Chapter 19. Not so good healing. "I beg your pardon, what?" Aizawa had no idea how to react to that statement. Sure, he did want to take them in and they were going to bring it up once they were well rested, but he was assuming that he would take both kids in at the same time. He thought that they would both start kicking and screaming about being a package deal and going together. He did not think that Midoriya would say something like this. To think that Midoriya trusted him enough to even think he was capable of taking care of the younger brother, he fought tooth and nail to save. But the way Midoriya said it stopped him from turning red and trying to hide in his capture weapon again. It sent shivers down his spine. Midoriya sounded like he had given up. I'm a horrible guardian. I let him suffer for the past 10 months. I wasn't able to help him. At this point, Midoriya looked close to tears, but he was trying his best to control himself lest he woke up his brother. I don't know anymore. I'm pathetic. These past few years, I couldn't give him what most kids his age gets. We barely have enough to get enough food and education. It's not fair that other kids have proper parents taking care of them and all he has is this quirkless older brother who is unable to protect him when he needed it the most. Aizawa was not expecting this from Midoriya of all people. Midoriya was confident in his abilities. He didn't have problems taunting opponents, and when push came to shove, he was a predator, with a single goal in mind. He was an overprotective older brother who would do anything for Shinso, even if it meant going to hell and back. But how much of that was a facade? How much of that was the real Izuku, and how much was there as an act, to protect himself and Hitoshi? How much of it was just there to make Hitoshi feel better about their circumstances? When we were trapped in there, I selfishly tried to escape the pain by dissociating. I didn't think how Toshi would feel when I did that. And then he ended up doing the same to escape his own pain. I forced him to do it. I'm an utter failure as an older brother. This Midoriya just sounded so done, so defeated, as he leaned back against the pillow. The sparkle was gone. His eyes were dull. This was not the same kid that Aizawa knew before. It's the same kid. The past 10 months, Izuku has been focusing on Hitoshi the entire time. Now that they're both safe, he has the time to think about the entire occurrence. The breakdown was just one small time that Midoriya had let out what he really felt. Aizawa didn't want him to break again. No one said I could be a hero. I'm quirkless. I'll stagnate a lot faster. But that was fine. As long as I could keep Toshi safe. That was good enough for me. I didn't need to be a hero. But this ordeal just proved that I'm not capable of doing that. I can't protect the only person I swore to protect. I'm just not good enough. And even now I know with this mindset, I'm even less suited to take care of him. Aizawa pulled the chair up to Midoriya's side and pat his back. I'm sure Hitoshi thinks differently. That's 'cause everyone hates him for his quirk. He developed it really early and his mom left him in the alleyway covered in bruises, cold and hungry. I'm the only one that accepted him for who he was. If he had a different quirk, I'm sure he would have found someone a lot better to take care of him instead of this mess of a person. I know I'm being selfish, putting my own ideals and thoughts forward and not talking with him. But it's for the best. He deserves more. Much more than I can give him. Nizu had moved to sit on Shinso's former infirmary bed, looking at the teenager with an emotionless face. If he had a different quirk, he wouldn't have been discriminated against. He wouldn't have been abandoned. You were the only one who still loved Hitoshi despite what everyone else says. You put your life on the line and pushed yourself past your limits to save him. You're doing more than enough. Taking care of kids is the parent's job, not yours. Aizawa pulled him in for a hug carefully, aware that Shinso was still latched onto Midoriya. Midoriya readily leaned into the hug, arms wrapped tight around Shinso like he was a source of comfort. His parents didn't want him. My parents didn't want me. There isn't anyone else we have. Midoriya replied miserably, tears welling up in his eyes. I don't understand why everyone hates him just because of his quirk. He's literally the sweetest kid anyone could ask for. Did you know that when I found him, he used his quirk by accident and passed out? I wanted to bring him home, but someone told me to just leave Toshi in alleyway and forget about him. Said he had a villainous quirk and I should just ignore him. Nizu hissed. Humans and their discrimination. He was glad that Midoriya had stumbled upon Shinso and took him in despite what everyone else said. People with Midoriya's mindset were few and far between. Yamada was sitting on the floor, close to crying himself. I don't understand. Aizawa wiped the tears from Midoriya's eyes. Humans are like that. Not all of them are as empathetic and open-minded as you. He's just a kid. He's better, Sweeter than all the others? Midoriya whispered, sounding strangled. Why? Everyone has proper people taking care of them even if they don't deserve it. Why can't Toshi get that chance as well? Hypocrite. Aizawa growled internally. He really just wanted to adopt them there and then. No matter how the erasure hero looked at it, Midoriya himself was still a kid. A child with the burden of an adult weighing on him. Midoriya was right when he said that Shinso deserved more. However, he failed to see that he deserved the same as well. But now wasn't the time to talk to Midoriya about that. Sorry. I'm even more pathetic now, crying. I'm just bothering you now. Now definitely wasn't the time to talk about it. He needed to calm Midoriya down, let them both rest and recover, before they decide on their next move and start the necessary preparations. It's okay to cry. You're human, and still a kid. Aizawa tried to soothe him, to no avail. I was a crybaby in preschool. Got bullied over for crying too much, on top of being quirkless. I haven't cried since I was 7. Sorry. He sniffled, wiping his tears. Aizawa, Yamada, Nizu and Shizenji hissed internally. This was a huge problem. Why couldn't he understand that it was okay? Why was Midoriya forced to mature at such an early age? Why did so many bad things happen to two kids who just wanted to be accepted for who they were? Why were they forced to change? Life wasn't fair. Midoriya, calm down. Nizu said. You're tired and you're letting your emotions cloud your thoughts. You're not thinking straight. We'll continue this conversation tomorrow. I'm sorry. Midoriya wiped his tears as Nizu sighed. You did nothing wrong, Midoriya. Rest up first. Yamada and Aizawa looked like they wanted to protest, but Nizu just grabbed them and dragged them out of the infirmary. Midoriya didn't even seem to notice when Shizenji shut off the lights. He lay down on the bed, wiped his tears, before he pulled Shinso into his chest and wrapped his arms around him. He put his head against Shinso's and closed his eyes, desperately trying to stop the tears that were threatening to leak out. We can't just leave him like that. He's a wreck. Aizawa hissed once they were outside the infirmary. Nizu moved a bunch of papers in Aizawa's face. Where he got them from, neither Aizawa nor Yamada knew. Aizawa peered at the papers. Adoption papers? Fill them out by the end of the week. Nizu ordered. The hero course have their internships next week. You should be able to help both of them settle in. You do have a spare room, don't you? Yeah, but Yamada was silenced by Nizu's paw. Currently, because no one knows Akatani's true identity and that he came to UA after the escape, the current story that is circulating is that both of them went missing and somehow, we rescued Shinso. Due to him not having any legal guardians, his biological father having gone missing years ago and his mother being reported as having committed suicide a few years back, I managed to convince the police that it would be best if UA has custody over him as he was rescued here. Aizawa and Yamada gasped at the principal. I also managed to dig into Midoriya's records. Dad's in jail, Mom is dead. Aizawa nodded. That was exactly what Midoriya had said. He managed to convince the government for him to take care of himself, and I'm pretty sure they only dropped the matter cause he was quirkless. Nizu growled. I managed to contact the government, stating that Midoriya was injured and he should not be staying on his own. They also relented and he's currently under UA's custody as well. Again, pretty sure they don't care that he's quirkless? That's why you have the papers? Tsukachi came to pass them to me. Being able to interrogate them would have been a bonus. Aizawa just stared at the papers in his hands. I already started planning for this after he broke down after the USJ. Midoriya needs someone to take care of him, to remind him that he's still a kid and shouldn't have these kind of burdens. I figured it would be best for him to stay with someone he trusts. That is you too. Nizu sighed. Then this entire thing about rescuing Shinso came up. Those two need all the help they can get. But are we just gonna leave him in there like that? Yamada asked, turning to the door in concern. They need to rest. Right now, they're tired, and their emotions are all over the place. Midoriya's clearly not thinking straight if he's saying all that. He's hurting himself with his own words. Worst of all is that he believes them. Once he feels better, then we'll talk to them about therapy. They need support now, but in his current state of mind, he's in no position to receive it. Nizu replied. He hated that he had to leave the children, but in order for them to help, Midoriya first had to accept that he needed it. But being forced to be an adult, to work to feed himself and his little brother, he had to be strong. He couldn't rely on others. That in turn had resulted in Midoriya pushing help away when he needed it. Sure, when it came to Shinso, he was willing to accept the help. But when it came to himself, he couldn't, or he'll appear to be weak. Nizu hated that Midoriya had been forced into that mindset at such a young age. Just think about it, Aizawa. I just don't know how Izuku will take it. Shinso could tell that something was bothering Midoriya. He had woken up in the morning, feeling a lot better than he had in months. Nothing was hurting anymore, and he was actually feeling really good knowing that both he and Midoriya were safe. But then he saw tear tracks on Midoriya's face and paused. He realized that he had never seen Midoriya cry before. He said it was okay to cry, but he had never done it. Shinso didn't know what was wrong. So he just did the only thing that he knew made Midoriya feel better. He hugged him. Aizawa was also in the room, and Shinso liked how the quiet man looked at Midoriya with concern. He was glad he wasn't the only person who cared about him. Though Aizawa looked deeply troubled about something. Midoriya had woken up a few minutes before Shizenji entered to check on them, and she declared both Midoriya and Shinso good to go. However, she also wanted them to stay a few more nights, until Friday, since Midoriya was still on antibiotics. Midoriya didn't protest. Aizawa tried to cheer him up by telling him that he was transferred to the hero course based on his performance in the sports festival. He got a dull okay in reply. Shinso, on the other hand, was really excited. Really? Was Aizu awesome? I bet he was. You bet he was. Aizawa nodded. He came in first for all the events? Aizu's the best. Shinso grinned. Midoriya had a small smile on his face as he wore a spare uniform. Aizawa was originally going to introduce him on Monday, but with him absent and the entire kidnapping fiasco, they had to do it on Wednesday. He didn't have any of his books, but Nizu had passed Aizawa a stack of old textbooks for him to use. Shinso was going to be in same class as him. Nizu didn't have the heart to force Midoriya away from him, seeing as he seemed to be the only thing that kept Midoriya going. Plus, the class were already introduced to Shinso before, and it was probably the best for both of them to be with people they at least knew. When they arrived at the 1A classroom, they were all noisy and talking about something. From outside, he managed to make out the words "quirkless" and "suicide," and he hissed, but he just patiently stood outside the classroom as Aizawa silenced the class. All right, quiet down. I'm sure you all heard the news, and I don't want to hear any of you mention it. We'll go over it in the hero class later. We have a new student. Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa gestured at him, and Midoriya carefully walked into the classroom, eyeing everyone warily. Shinso hid behind him, peeking out from behind Midoriya. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Kaken calls me Deku. It's nice to meet you. At least he still remembered his manners. Aizawa thought. You're finally here, Deku? Bakuga grinned. Kirishima, Uraraka, and Kaminari were yelling congratulations from their seats, but the rest of 1A was looking at Midoriya with what was akin to fear. Yairaza, Ishido, and Ito were looking at Midoriya with what looked like concern, while Todoroki and Azui stared at him impassively. Is he really? Akatani? Shiro hesitantly asked. I have no reason to be a vigilante anymore, so I don't really care, if you could even call me one. I didn't break any laws. Midoriya shrugged. What do you mean, didn't break any laws? You broke into UA when you came to the USJ? I'm a student here. Technically I'm permitted to enter UA. What about hacking? Would you have preferred me to hack or die? The tension in the air was so thick, you could slice it with a knife. Cool it, problem child. Aizawa smacked his head lightly. Sensei. Midoriya whined, turning around to face the pro-hero. Shinso pouted when he did do, and immediately everyone noticed the child. Hi. Ishido waved from her seat, and Shinso gave a shy wave as he tried to hide behind Midoriya again. Okay, that's enough. You can question him later. Izuku, sit behind Bakugu and drag over the other chair for Hitoshi. Midoriya promptly did so, and Shinso scrambled up the chair after Midoriya sat down. Sensei, what about Deku's hero name? Uraraka asked. We already chose ours yesterday. He'll deal with that and all the catching up while you're on your internships. He did get several offers from some heroes who offered to take him as an intern. But as a former general education student, we're not allowed to let him go for the internships until he's up to date with lessons. Aizawa replied. Now, all of you introduce yourselves and… Sensei, I already know them. Midoriya raised his hand. What do you mean, already know us? And it's rude to interrupt the teacher when he's talking. Ida spoke up. You remember how I talked to you at the entrance exam, Ida-kun? Midoriya raised eyebrow. Of course. You knew how the exam worked, you knew my name even though I never met you before, you knew who my brother was and my family background. Bakugo burst out laughing. He's scared the F. He was promptly smacked on the head by Midoriya. The heck, Deku? No swearing around Toshi. Both of them glared at each other, and Aizawa sighed when Bakugo finally relented. Shinso was trying to stifle his laughter. I already knew all of you before the entrance exam. That's a very bold claim to make, Karo. Azui said, did you know we'll make it in? No. Problem child, did you seriously research everyone who took the entrance exam? Aizawa groaned. Everyone who might take the entrance exam. He put emphasis on the word. 1A gulped. Midoriya was really scary if he did that. Okay, that's it. We wasted enough time. Aizawa sighed again. Hitoshi will be joining us for lessons, so I expect you to be on your best behavior. No swearing. And I mean you, Bakugo. Bakugo grumbled under his breath. Izuku, after this it's modern literature, then English, followed by modern hero art history and then maths. After that is lunch. Then we have a homeroom lesson and then heroics. Okay, that's it. Cementos is already waiting. Line break. Midoriya is a cryptid. That was what most of 1A thought. The literature book they were covering was a different book from the one that the general studies students were learning, so Ishiyama has brought an extra copy of the book for Midoriya to read. They didn't know that Midoriya had already read the book before and had memorized it, word for word. So when Ishiyama asked someone to read chapter 5 out loud for the rest of the class, Midoriya, seeing as no one responded, just stood up and recited the entire chapter from memory until Ishiyama stopped him in a hurry after he had recited 3 pages without stopping, not getting a single word wrong. In Yamada's lesson, he had set them a quiz on the usage of grammar and punctuations. Midoriya had finished it in no time flat, and then started explaining everything to Shinso while everyone else was struggling with it. And he got full marks on it. For modern hero art history, he ended up in debate with Kiyama, arguing about anything ranging from hero costumes to support items to history. Everyone was scared of how impassive Midoriya was as he did so, but Todoroki loved how Midoriya kept roasting Enji every 5 sentences and promptly dropped his dislike for the boy. Then it was maths. Ectoplasm had given an open book test about everything taught before, ranging from differentiation to algebra to complex numbers. The kids were allowed to work in groups, and some of them had already gotten into groups and started. Midoriya had, once again, finished it in no time flat, Shinso watching him do so. Bakugo was bashing Ishido and Kirishima on the head for something, and seeing that Midoriya was done, Kaminari walked over to Midoriya's table. I'm having trouble with this. Please help. Midoriya had taken the paper from him, and the first thing that was hard was a shrill, you can't do that. It wasn't from Midoriya. It was from Shinso. It's 4 to the power of 6. That may have 4. Not 4 by 6. Shinso looked completely dumbfounded at the ridiculous mistaken. Ectoplasm had looked up from his marking to see what was going on. Kaminari looked utterly confused. It's log. Not the natural logarithm. You're supposed to use base 10, not e. Bakugo, Siro, Ishido and Kaminari were roaring with laughter as Shinso pointed out every single mistake, and even Yaoyorozu, Ida, Jiro and Uraraka were amused by the situation. Koda, Tokoyami and Shoji were still slightly confused on what exactly was going on. Pikachu's getting math lessons from a kid. Bakugo yelled, and the entire class erupted into chaos. What the heck? Tokage raised an eyebrow. Is it just me, or do I see a toddler giving a high school student math lessons? Kendo asked. Shinso was sitting next to Midoriya and Kaminari scribbling on a piece of paper as he tried to explain algebra to Kaminari, who was horrible at it. You have to take away the 5 from both sides. No, you can't do that. Stop. Midoriya was looking on in amusement and pride, and Shinso huffed when Kaminari asked, but I can divide it. No. You don't know A and B. B could be 0. Shinso huffed, scribbling some more stuff down. Bakugo was too busy laughing at Kaminari. You're a lost cause? I'm not. Math is hard. Kaminari retorted. Kaken is right. Shinso spoke up, and Kaminari clutched his chest in mock hurt. Why? How could you do this to me? Shinso just stuck his tongue out, before sipping on a juice pack, courtesy of Aizawa. I like the kid. Minoma spoke up. Kendo sighed. She did notice that Midoriya was sharing his plate of fried rice with Shinso. Maybe he wasn't hungry, or maybe he was still recovering. Why can he call you Kaken? It's not fair. Ashido wailed. 'Cause he's a good kid and he's smart. Unlike you? Bakugo snapped, and Shinso's eyes lit up at the praise. Minoma recognized himself in Shinso, the way he acted. He was starved for positive attention. He also noticed how much happier and energetic Shinso was when he was with Midoriya. He was carefree, he spoke his mind, he tolerated jokes and was playful. Not like the day before when he was quiet and reserved and reacted negatively to a single, joking hint of negativity. Kaminari finally gave up his attempt to learn his maths when Hatsum walked up to the table and started talking to Midoriya about her babies. The entire cafeteria was packed, but there was a ridiculous amount of space around the 1A class. Probably because of Midoriya being Akatani and all the other rumors flying around the school. Then there was the thing about Midoriya's quirk. It had blown up the media, and while some people believed that he was quirkless, like Minoma, there were others who didn't believe that he was, and he was merely trying to scare and shock the spectators for more attention. The fact that he turned out to be a well-known vigilante and survived his captors for 4 days made the theory that he was quirkless even more unlikely. Minoma wanted to find out the truth. What are they doing here? Bakugo screeched. They were supposed to be having homeroom, but they were currently seated at the viewing area of ground beta. We're having a joint class between 1A and 1B. We saw some aminicity between the two classes, and we decided that as future heroes, you guys should learn to work together. Yagi grinned, before he turned serious. But first, I'm sure you heard the news, didn't you? The suicide of the third-year quirkless student in a neighboring school. She was reported to have been bullied and teased her entire life because she wanted to be a hero. Now, we need to talk about this. First, I want your opinions of the 20% of the population that is quirkless and your thoughts about them being heroes. They need to be protected. Honestly, I don't know. They're human, but they don't have powers. They should work normal jobs. I doubt they can be a hero if they can't protect themselves. The statements like that came from students from both 1A and 1B alike, and Shinso could feel Midoriya shaking in anger as they were all seated on the ground. Shinso reached up to pat Midoriya's head in an attempt to calm him down. The only decently nice statements were from Minoma and Bakugo. Well, I guess that they can be a hero if they try really hard. They have to put in the effort, or they'll be useless just like all the others. The last statement was spoken by Shiozaki. They were not blessed by God like the others. We should protect them and use our blessings to help them. You think we need help? Midoriya snapped. That we're useless. That we need to be protected? Midoriya, calm down. Yagi tried to stop the boy as he stood up, clearly agitated. Calm down? How do you expect me to calm down when they're all practically insulting me in the face? Midoriya growled. Wait, what do you? Kirishima started, before Midoriya hissed and interrupted him. I'm quirkless. Chapter 20, Heroics Lesson Gone Wrong. Notes. Have a 10K chapter for no reason. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The entire hero course plus 1 All Might stared at him in confusion. Why are you surprised? I practically admitted that I was quirkless at the sports festival, though I admit, it was very indirectly. And aren't you the teacher, All Might? How did you not know? Aizawa sighed at how volatile his kid was. On a normal day, he was sure Midoriya wouldn't be so mad about it. But after that conversation the previous day? After showing all his self-doubt and insecurities? He was still sensitive. Very sensitive. He had no one to teach him how to control his emotions, to teach him that trying so hard to hide how he really felt was detrimental to his own mental health. He had snapped once, then again, and he was still trying to pick up the pieces and fix what he felt was wrong. He didn't know to control himself, and used the only outlet he had grown up with for his emotions. Anger. I knew it, Monoma internally told himself. He couldn't find a quirk factor in Midoriya precisely because he did not have one in the first place. You mean you weren't just playing with the spectators? Kaminari stammered. I thought you were just saying that because everyone thought you were quirkless and you were just playing along. Midoriya snorted in anger. Why would I do that? That's dumb and it's a waste of time. Midoriya looked like he really wanted to punch a few people in the face, but Shinso clung to his leg to prevent him from moving. Shinso let out a small whine, and Midoriya reluctantly sat back down again, and wrapped his arms around his younger brother with a huff. Are you sure we should let him join the exercise, whatever it is? Kendo asked, concerned. She wasn't saying that because he was quirkless, but because she had seen him at UA when he tried to protect Shinso. She was still worried that he was injured. Yeah. He's quirkless? Shishida stated, we may make his injuries worse by accident. That was completely the wrong thing to say, and the only reason why the green-haired child hadn't moved was because of Shinso. Fight me. Midoriya growled, all of you. I'll make you eat those words. I'm not that weak. Izukuno. You're not supposed to be straining yourself. Recovery girl's orders. You were there when she said that. Aizawa tried to interject. I know how strong I am. I have more experience than them, I know all their quirks, I know their fighting styles and I'm sure as heck that I can beat them. They don't know me. I won't have to strain myself. Midoriya hissed. I'm not just fighting to prove a point. I will show that I deserve to be transferred to this class. I'm not going to let them look down on me because I'm quirkless. If Kaken takes me seriously even though I'm quirkless, then they should as well. Bakugu cackled. Finally getting serious, Deku? I knew you were holding back during the sports festival. Explosions popped across his palms. I want you to fight me for real. No more holding back on both sides. I would have killed you if I went all out, Kaken. The human body might be sturdy, but hit it in the right place and they all fall like a tower of cards. Midoriya growled. The nickname I earned 2 years ago may not have been intentional, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate enough for whatever reasons. After all, Midoriya's entire demeanor changed. He wasn't just an upset, angsty teenager anymore. His eyes were sharp, and the eye bags the boy possessed didn't make him look more tired. In fact, it made him look dangerous, like a plotting genius who was running through every single calculation necessary to take down his opponents with no mercy at all. You don't know me at all. His presence felt so much worse. The pressure he emitted, just like he had with the third year in the cafeteria, washed over them with a tidal wave, holding them in place as he grinned. His canines glinted from the light of the monitors, and the green-haired boy that was laughing at the electric user's horrible maths was no more. Midoriya looked predatory, ready to strike at any second. His muscles were tense, like he was ready to attack at any moment, regardless of where the attack came from, and the two hero classes gulped as Midoriya quickly reined his aura back in and turned back into a normal, angry, determined teenager instead of the blood-thirsty monster they had seen just moments before. What had they gotten themselves into? All right, we're starting, Ken yelled as the 1B students slowly made their way out of the changing rooms. Yamada had barged in with a package for Midoriya, given by Nizu. And since he didn't have lessons, he just stayed with them to keep an eye on 2 possible kids he was going to help take care of. All of them were in their hero outfits, save for Midoriya. He was wearing a white suit with a black vest, and donned fingerless gloves. His shoes were black as well as his long breaths, and they wondered that if that was all he was gonna wear. No armor, no support items, at least that they could see, nothing that stood out at all that may give the quirkless kid an advantage over a regular person. What the heck, Deku? Don't ask me. Midoriya grumbled. Nizu was the one who provided it, according to Mike-sensei. All of them were also wearing some kind of vest over their clothes, but they were transparent and they had no idea what it served. Monoma just happened to walk past Midoriya, who pat his shoulder, thanks for, not being as close-minded as the rest of them. Though I already had a suspicion that you knew about it because of your quirk. Alright, this is going to be an exercise similar to the beginning of this year. Villains versus heroes. The heroes have to protect the building from the villains that are infiltrating it. There's an item with the UA emblem on it. If the villains get the item within 15 minutes, they win. If the heroes defend the item in that amount of time, the heroes win. Aizawa spoke in an absolutely deadpan tone. You are allowed to use quirks as you wish, and no killing each other. You can only kill someone with these. Aizawa held up a gun, and shot a pellet at a dummy that was also wearing the vest the students donned. Deceased. A robotic voice rang out. Paint pellets. The vest detects your vitals, and depending where the paint pellets hit, you can be reported as alive or dead. The vest automatically tells you that you are dead if you're hit in a bad spot, and it will restrain you until the exercise is finished. Heroes will also wear pins on the vest that villains can nab to try. The number of pins on each team at the end will also be counted. Midoriya and Kendo are team leaders. Yagi started saying, please choose your team members one by. I hope you are aware that when I said I wanted to fight all of them, I was serious. Yagi stared at Midoriya in shock. I can't allow you to dash. What? Me against them all? Are you insinuating that I can't take care of myself cause I'm quirkless? Please, don't underestimate me. I fought thugs and villains since I was kid. Midoriya spoke with such sass and sarcasm, and the look on Yagi's face was priceless. Remember that green-haired kid you met 8 years ago? How did you dash? Yagi's eyes widened in realization that this was the kid that asked him if he could be a hero while quirkless. The boy that he said he couldn't. Well, I'm here now. 1A and 1B were genuinely scared now. Shinso was literally vibrating with excitement and anger as he sat with Yamada. He knew they all knew his brother was quirkless, and he couldn't wait for Midoriya to beat them all and show them what he's got. But he was also concerned. Midoriya had never acted like this before. Sure, he got mad, but he's never been so sarcastic before. Or maybe it's because of All Might. Shinso could tell that he had something against the number one hero, and he didn't care what it was. Midoriya didn't do things for no reason. If he disliked All Might, Midoriya was going to win anyways. Yagi was at a loss. He didn't know that Midoriya was quirkless. He only kept track of the kids in the hero course, and hadn't expected the dark horse of the sports festival to be in the general education course, and to be very same quirkless kid that had come up to him so many years ago. Now he knew why Midoriya seemed to be so upset. But he didn't want him to get hurt. He was still recovering. Even Aizawa said so. Even if he was physically okay, Yagi wasn't sure if he was mentally okay as well. Shinso had probably been traumatized by what happened, but what about Midoriya? He didn't want to make his situation worse than it was already. But seeing the anger in his eyes, seeing how much he needed to prove himself, and how Aizawa and Yamada, heck, even Shinso glared at him, he didn't have it in him to stop Midoriya. Okay, come get your weapons. 2 guns each, maximum. Ken called out. The rest of the students had started picking out the weapons, while Midoriya merely picked up a handgun. Not the best weapon for sure. The best thing about it was its weight being light. He tossed it up and down before grinning. I can work with this. Instead of grabbing another gun, he stocked up on ammo instead. Problem child, you can grab 2 guns, right? Do you want me to kill M or murder their corpses? Midoriya grinned. Aizawa couldn't help but smile back as he watched the hero course students shiver at his words. Both of you share the same kind of sick humor. Yamada yelped from his seat, and Shinso just laughed at the bantering between the teacher and student. Meanwhile, the remainder of the hero course students had huddled together. So, we need to defend the building from Midoriya. Any plans? Kendo asked. The building is 7 stories high, according to the blueprints. We can store the item right at the very top, and station people in the corridors and the rooms. I bet we can bring him down if we go down guns blazing. Kamikiri suggested. Don't be ridiculous. That won't bring Deku down. Bakugo snarled. It would scare him though. Aways retorted. No way. Midoriya's way too manly to be scared by that. He faced the zero-pointer head-on, you know? Kirishima replied. Yeah. He literally ran right at it, Karo. Azui commented. He's quirkless. What the heck could he do against the zero-pointer? Shishida pointed out. He hacked it? Ida replied, pried off the control panel and wrecked it. Then he hacked it to life, the concrete block off Uraraka. And he can fight. Kaminari pointed out, at the USJ, he literally jumped into a group of villains and fought them out, and when he and Aizawa-sensei managed to get out, he started wrecking all the villains by hacking into the USJ control room and went nuts. He made earthquakes, cranes were all over the place, he even made the ship explode. 1B were starting to get even more afraid of Midoriya. They had visited the USJ before 1A, and the equipment they had was no joke. If Midoriya was so easily able to manipulate all that, even if it was through hacking. We're lucky none of us are cyborgs. Bondo sighed. Yeah. But what other choice do we have? We split into 7 groups, based on quirks and weapons. Yayorozu suggested. Midoriya isn't going to go down without a fight. He's fast, smart, and packs a heavy punch. We can't just distribute ourselves based on class. He knows our quirks, but he doesn't know how we'll use them. We should try to get ourselves into teams that can most effectively use our quirks across the entire team. In the end, they had managed to sort themselves out, arguing back and forth while discussing their quirks and the pros and cons of any team, right before they ran out of time. Well, that seemed productive. Yagi muttered as the hero students left the surveillance room to occupy the building set aside for their exercise. Midoriya was lost in thought, staring into thin air, as he kept muttering at such breakneck speed that no one could understand what he was saying. Yamada had taken out his phone and recorded Midoriya's mumblings without him even noticing, and he tried to slow it down, but even then he couldn't make out what was being said. A few minutes later, Yagi gave the go-ahead for Midoriya to start. He raced out of the surveillance room, and the 3 teachers and Shinso turned their attention to the monitors. Shoji turned all his extra limbs into ears, and closed his eyes in concentration. The first floor was a sparse hallway, with 3 rooms on each side of the hall. Ashido and Ojiro had broken down the walls between the rooms, creating 2 side rooms, meaning they could freely pop in and out of each of the 6 doors down the hallway. Tokage had split herself into 2, and each half was hiding in each of the side rooms. Koda's quirk wasn't really that useful, but since they had to use paintball guns, that wasn't that much of a problem for the time being. Their plan? Try to pin Midoriya down as fast as possible. Or at least, do enough damage to make it easier for the other groups to take him down. But even then, they knew they had a slim chance of doing so. With her quirk, Tokage wasn't able to hold any weapons. Ashido's acid would break the guns, leaving only Shoji, Ojiro, and Koda able to wield the paintball guns. Shoji listened intently, before he turned back to the group. I don't hear any. A click was heard, and Shoji flinched and turned around to the entrance. Hi! He saw Midoriya lunge at him, and he was promptly punched in the chest, and Shoji lost his balance. Midoriya landed on top of him, snatched his pin, and pressed the gun to his chest, before his index finger twitched and a loud bang resonated throughout the building. Shoji Mizo, deceased. Well shit. Midoriya's stronger than he looks. Shoji thought as he laid on the floor, the vest suddenly becoming ridiculously heavy and prevented him from getting. Tokage emerged from both sides, splitting into even more parts as she swirled around, trying to confuse him. Midoriya didn't even seem fazed, but he did click his teeth in annoyance since he could not figure out which part of Tokage was where, and thus would not be able to eliminate her easily. I can't get her until I get the others, Midoriya thought. She can control each individual part. And she can regenerate. Wait, no, I'm not cutting off her limbs. Midoriya immediately mowed through the whirlwind of parts, and leapt at Koda. Koda fired a few pellets at him from the shotgun in a panic, but his didn't know how to use a gun and his aim was horribly off. Midoriya dodged the array of bullets, fired a few more shots a few times, before he slid on the ground, past Koda. Koda Koji, deceased. Ojiro immediately leapt after Midoriya, aiming the weapon at his back hastily, but unknown to him, Midoriya already knew he was after him. Midoriya pressed his feet against the wall behind Koda, and leapt off, dodging the first array of bullets, turning around midair and firing a few more shots at Ojiro before he could regain his bearings, before snatching the pin from Koda and quickly nabbing Ojiro's as he lay on the ground in a daze. Ojiro Mashireo, deceased. Ashido burst out of the side room, but she was too loud, and Midoriya, and pretty much everyone else could hear her footsteps as she ran, and she was immediately nailed in the chest with 3 paint pellets as Midoriya appeared in her face and grabbed her pin. Midoriya pushed her against the wall harshly, and Ashido gasped for air as her breath was knocked out of her. Ashido Mina, deceased. Midoriya quickly reloaded his gun and growled at Tokage, who was still split into way too many parts for him to kill. He decided to ignore her for now. She couldn't hold a gun in that state, and thus, until she put herself back together, she was of no threat to him. He promptly turned away and raced up the stairs. "Hey, don't ignore me!" Tokage yelled, stunned at first that he outrightly ignored her, before flying after him, part after part racing through the air and up the stairs as she reformed and grabbed a gun. Kill count, 4 out of 5. Pins collected, F out of 5. You think he got past them? Rin asked. Yeah. Midoriya isn't weak. He may have problems with Tokage and her quirk though. Kaminari was cut off when they heard footsteps, and Midoriya emerged from the staircase. Already? Kamari yelped, firing off her spores in surprise, but Monoma set them on fire before she could hurt her own team with his borrowed quirk from Todoroki. Remember the plan, he yelled as he fired off an explosion in Midoriya's direction. Kaken's quirk? Really? Midoriya cheekily grinned. Monoma realized that it was probably not the best idea. It was powerful, yes, but Midoriya knew that quirk the best, having grown up with the explosion user. I hope you do know that by copying Todoroki's quirk, you can enhance Kaken's quirk by using your fire to create more sweat. Tetsu promptly turned into steel, and Kaminari unleashed his electricity. Acting as a lightning rod, all the electricity arced towards him, and Tetsu glowed as he sparked with electricity. Hey, that actually worked. Kaminari cheered, but Midoriya took that opportunity to hit him right in stomach and chest with paint pellets. Kaminari Denki, deceased. The ping of a gun could be heard from behind him, and Monoma could just barely make out Tokage's figure behind the villain of the exercise. Midoriya didn't even turn back, and fired the gun behind him as he swerved to the side to avoid getting punched by an electrified Tetsu. Tokage Setsuna, deceased. Kamakiri hissed and rushed forward, Monoma right behind him. Midoriya leapt backwards, dodging Kamakiri's blades, and nabbed Tokage's pin in the process, before he was forced to leap to the side to dodge the fire created by Monoma. Rin shot forward, firing an array of scales, and a carefully aimed fire by Monoma set them alight. Midoriya leapt to the side to dodge, pushing off the wall, and flipped, hitting Tetsu a few times in the back, before landing right where Kaminari was, snatching his pin up, before rushing directly at Rin. Rin stepped backwards on instinct as Midoriya mowed him down, grabbing his pin and flinging him backwards. He crashed into Kamakiri, and Midoriya fired off 4 shots, hitting each boy twice in the heart area. Tetsu, deceased. Rin Hiryu, deceased. Kamakiri Tagru, deceased. Sheet. Monoma cursed. He nodded at Komori, who released a huge cloud of spores. A few light explosions sent the spores flying in Midoriya's direction, who jumped back to avoid inhaling them and grabbing Kamakiri and Tetsu's pins in the process. Monoma waved his hand and set the spores on fire, but not before Midoriya fired off a volley of shots through the spores, a few hitting Komori while Monoma barely managed to save himself with a light ice wall. Komori Kinoko, deceased. Monoma really wanted to curse. He knew Midoriya was strong, but that strong? He was literally plowing through them like Play-Doh, armed with nothing but a paint gun, his brains, and his ridiculous dodging and jumping power. He didn't expect Midoriya to emerge from the fire, bashing him into the wall behind him and shooting him in the chest. Monoma Nito, deceased. Unlike the others who he didn't bother to help after he had killed them, Midoriya quickly caught Monoma as he fell forward and carefully lowered him to the ground. That really packed a punch. Monoma chuckled. How did you get through the fire? Weren't you scared? Midoriya took his pin before standing up. Paint pellets may not be real bullets, but their streamlined design helps to cut through the air. With that, Midoriya plucked off Komori's pin, reloaded the gun, and raced into the next room. What? Kaminari asked in confusion. When he shot us, he wasn't just aiming to kill the Monoma side, he used the paint pellets to clear the air of the spores, so it was easier for him to bust through it. Kill count, 11 out of 11. Pins collected, 11 out of 11. Sheet. Siro cursed as the tape he put up against the ceiling swayed slightly in tune to the explosions. A huge gust of wind burst up the staircase. Get ready, Tsuburaba ordered. If he got past them, then he's gonna be up here soon. Aoyama was about to say something when a pellet flew past Azui, who managed to dodge in time, landing on the gem on Aoyama's belt. Karo! Azui immediately leapt forward and lashed out with her tongue, but a figure barreled into her and slammed into her stomach. Midoriya grabbed her tongue and threw her at Shiozaki. Shiozaki hastily created a patch of vines that wrapped around Azui's waist, but in that moment of distraction, Midoriya immediately closed the gap between them, managing to shoot Azui and Shiozaki, before firing at Tsuburaba, who managed to make a solid air shield in time. Shiozaki Ibara, deceased. Azui Tiu, deceased. Midoriya quickly pocketed Azui and Shiozaki's pins. Now, Tsuburaba yelled, creating several solid air shields to protect himself and Siro. Gotcha! Aoyama declared, firing a laser at Hagakure. Her quirk diffracted the laser, sending it flying in all directions with no regard as to whether it would hit friend or foe. It wouldn't have mattered, given that Shiozaki and Azui were out and their other two teammates were protected, except for one small problem. Midoriya grinned. Do you know that light passes through transparent items? Tsuburaba's eyes widened as he forgot that major, important flaw in their plan. In their crouched position, Siro and Tsuburaba were in no position to dodge as the diffracted lasers rained down on them, as Midoriya elegantly weaved between the rapidly firing shots, managing to nail Aoyama in the chest to stop his quirk, before shooting Hagakure before he could lose track of her location. Though he doubted she could do much against him since picking up a gun would render her quirk useless, and apart from that, she didn't have any other special abilities other than some basic karate. When it came to hand, Midoriya was definitely better than her. Aoyama Yuga, deceased? Hagakure Toru, deceased? Siro hissed as he helped Tsuburaba to stand. They were both slightly singed from the laser attack, but other than that, they were fine. Tsuburaba yelped as Midoriya easily shattered the solid air barriers, shooting him before turning on his heel abruptly and hitting Siro with a few more paint pellets, before grabbing their pins and running towards the staircase. Tsuburaba Kozai, deceased? Siro Hanta, deceased. Still don't believe that he's strong? Siro asked. Nope. He's a monster. Tsuburaba sighed, and flinched as Siro glared at him. I mean it in a good way. He's strong and smart. That combination is deadly. He tried to defend himself. Kill count, 17 out of 17. Pins collected, 11 out of 17. Ida had Shota in his grasp, while Kaibara, Tsunatori, Sato, and Kendo prepared to use their quirks when Midoriya arrived. They could hear shouting, things breaking, explosions, gunshots. Are you sure the plan will work? Sato asked, unsure. Midoriya doesn't think so straightforward. It will. Kaibara replied, we planned for every single thing he may even think to do. He won't stand a chance against us. Don't be ridiculous, extra. Bakugu snarled over the comms. Deku isn't as simple-minded as you. If you think following a plan is gonna work to your advantage, think again. Underestimate him and you're just gonna die. I have to agree with Bakugu. Ida sighed, Midoriya's smart. A genius, even. I won't doubt him when he says that he has researched everyone who may take part in the UA entrance exam, and he knows what he's doing. If he's managed to be a vigilante for so long without anyone even catching him, he won't go down so easily. It can't be that bad. Kaibara tried to argue, but Kendo pulled him back before they could start anything. Cool it. Focus. At least, if the plan doesn't work, we can improvise, but we need to stay calm to do so. Look out. Shota yelled, and Ida immediately zipped to the side, dodging a pellet that went splat right next to Sato's head. 2 gunshots rang out, but Kendo managed to protect herself with her hand. Midoriya grinned and ran forward. Kendo immediately whipped out her gun and fired several rounds, but Midoriya dodged all of them and smacked her hand just as she was about to fire again, causing her shot to go way off her intended course and nailed Sato in the gut. Sato Rikido, deceased. Kaibara growled and shot forward. Midoriya's clothes were pristine. He didn't even have a speck of paint on him. That meant he dodged everything, and Kaibara was going to do everything in his power to pin him down. He can't dodge if he can't move, after all. He lunged forward, his drill-shaped gloves rotating as he activated his quirk. He shot forward like a bullet, but Midoriya swiftly spun and sidestepped him, driving his foot into Kaibara's back. Kaibara yelped as he smashed into the ground stomach first. Man, he's skinny, but he's actually packing muscles beneath. Ida shot forward, and Shota clenched his fist, ready to strike, but Midoriya barely managed to duck down and trip Ida, and both he and Shota crashed into the wall. Kaibara tried to lunge forward, but Midoriya turned his shotgun on him, and he had no choice but to dive in the opposite direction to avoid getting hit. Their plan was going horribly. Midoriya wasn't supposed to be this fast. He wasn't supposed to be this strong. He wasn't supposed to be so nimble. His smaller stature made him a smaller target. His speed and reflexes were unrivaled. You don't know me. Kaibara didn't realize just how much about Midoriya was an unknown. He wasn't in the hero course. He was a vigilante that no one knew anything about. He was ridiculously good with weapons. He had a wicked pain tolerance, after being trapped and tortured horribly for a few days. Midoriya quickly dodged the horns from Tsunatori, before firing a few shots in her direction to distract her before finishing Ida and Shota off while they were still in a daze from hitting the wall. Ida Tenya, deceased. Shota Nairenjiki, deceased. Kendo shot forward, but much like what happened in the sports festival, Midoriya grabbed her arm and threw her at Kaibara, before he shot after Tsunatori. She tried desperately to knock him down with her quirk, even using the 2 small revolvers she had chose as her weapon to try and shoot him down, even though she had no idea how to use a gun, but to no avail. Midoriya expertly weaved between the shots fired, like he had been doing it before years, before he managed to knock Tsunatori off her feet and into a wall, using the opportunity to nab her pin and killing her by hitting her in the chest. Tsunatori Pony, deceased. Midoriya hurriedly jumped to his feet and swerved to the side, as where he previously stood was peppered with red splotches of paint. He just happened to be standing next to Sato, so he quickly grabbed his pin before Kendo and Kaibara tried to cover him in paint. Before they knew it, Midoriya had already grabbed Ida and Shota's pins, before he peered upwards and lunged right at Kendo and Kaibara. They didn't notice that he had also nabbed the shotgun that Shota had been using, nor did they notice it was the same kind of gun that Midoriya was using. On instinct, they just barely managed to duck, and Midoriya sailed over their heads, landing in a roll, before he threw something at them and bolted out to the staircase leading to the next level. He took our pins, Kendo yelled, before tapping into her comms. Guys, Midoriya's headed your way. He took Kaibara and my pins, but left us alive. We're coming up to... Kendo duck, Kaibara yelled, just as whatever Midoriya threw at them blew up. Kendo Itsuka, deceased. Kaibara Sen, deceased. Hananuki Juzo, deceased. Both of them could only stare blankly at the entire area that had been dyed red from the explosion of what they assumed was a paint pellet ammo canister. They looked upwards, seeing the half-exposed body of Hananuki stuck in the ceiling, looking at them in complete surprise. He quickly loosened his quirk, and he dropped down onto the ground. I was not expecting that. Underestimate him and you're just gonna die. Kendo and Tsuburaba sighed. At least, we still have your pin. Kill count, 24 out of 23. Pins collected, 23 out of 23. I was not aware that we had paint grenades. Yamada muttered. We don't. Yagi replied, staring at the screens with an unreadable expression, though all of them could tell that Yagi was feeling surprised, shocked, uneasy, and maybe a tad bit fearful of Midoriya. That will teach him to underestimate Izuku, Aizawa thought. Shinso had been squealing the entire time Midoriya fought, cheering as he dodged. Attacks. He was grinning when he saw that Midoriya was advancing fairly quickly, pulling tactic after tactic out of nowhere as he used his speed, knowledge, and his massive truckload of experience to take down all the others who thought lowly of him or felt he needed to be protected. I think he made an impromptu paint bomb. Aizawa sighed, and Shinso giggled as the teachers were confused over just what the heck was going on. Shinso knew what was going on. He had seen Midoriya fiddling with the ammo canister beforehand. He had seen him wind up the springs even more tightly than before, rearranging specific parts and changing them to suit his needs. He decided to remain silent. After all, it was hilarious to see the teachers freaking out over how Midoriya got his hands on what appeared to be a bomb. Especially All Might. Alright, Kuwaro stays with me. Uraraka's with Yanagi, and Hananuki controls the battlefield. Tokoyami confirmed. Yep. Uraraka nodded, pointing at the assortment of items strewn all over the floors. They, along with the other teams, had stripped the lower floors of any potential ammo, and they had cleared all the rooms, resulting in the heap of random things like dressers, mirrors, cups, and other things strewn on the ground. Hananuki had softened the ground to check on the status of the fight on the lower floor until they heard it. Kendo Itsuka, deceased. Kaibara-sen, deceased. Hananuki Juzo, deceased. Wait, what happened? Yanagi yelped. How was he hit when he was on the ceiling? Uraraka was also at a loss. Focus. We made the matchups for a reason. You ready? Uraraka immediately brushed the pads on her fingers across all the random objects, and the second Yanagi lifted her hand, all of them responded to her will, floating and dancing across the room like phantom ghosts. Yeah. I can only levitate things up to a certain weight, but with your quirk in usage as well, we can potentially levitate and control an almost unlimited amount of things. Yanagi nodded. Kuwaro phased out of the shadows. He blew something up. Midoriya is on his way. Alright. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami ordered, and Dark Shadow emerged from Tokoyami. Kurwari immediately pat its head, before disappearing into the inky shadows. Let's do this. Dark Shadow cheered. Not too long after, Midoriya emerged from the staircase, only to be met with a volley of flying furniture. He dodged a chair, before he spun around and kicked a floating sofa. Apparently, while Yanagi could lift and control things like a ghost, that was it. If there was a stronger force acting on the same item, she wouldn't be able to control it. Dark Shadow caught the sofa effortlessly and threw it back at Midoriya, who just jumped and used it to reach Dark Shadow, leaping off it and coming face to face with the sentient quirk. Or he would have, if Kuwaro hadn't jumped out of Dark Shadow to confront him. He lashed out, gun first, but to his credit, Midoriya didn't even seem a tad bit fazed to see him there. Midoriya didn't even let him fire, and smacked the gun right out of his hands, before pulling him out of the shadowy abyss that powered his quirk. Midoriya landed on the ground, and Kuwaro smashed his back into the ground from the sudden separation of the shadows. Midoriya took his pin and shot him. Kuwaro Shirhai, deceased. Tokoyami hissed. Midoriya wasn't having a problem with them at all. In fact, it was almost as if he had known that they would make specific pairings all along. Tokoyami shook his head, and lucky for him, Dark Shadow blocked a few pellets from hitting the vest. But Uraraka and Yanagi weren't so lucky. Uraraka Ochako, deceased. Uraraka had gotten hit, and Yanagi had dodged the attacks. Tokoyami break it? Yanagi kicked a canister of ammo towards him, and Tokoyami immediately scooped it up and tossed it to Dark Shadow, who broke it apart. Yanagi immediately took control of them, and with the flick of her finger, she fired all 10 pellets at Midoriya at the same time. 11 bangs were heard, followed by Yanagi Reiko, deceased. Yanagi gazed downwards, noticing that there was a red patch on her vest, right above where her heart should be. She turned to look at Midoriya, and found him reloading his gun, with not a single trace of paint on him. What happened? She asked. It was too fast. I think he shot your shots. Tokoyami replied as Midoriya hammered away and Dark Shadow, not letting them get the chance to fight back. Midoriya grabbed Dark Shadow's class, and threw him against the wall, before shooting Tokoyami, who was straining to keep Dark Shadow sustained. Tokoyami Fumikage, deceased. Midoriya grabbed the remaining pins he didn't manage to get, before moving on. Kill count, 28 out of 28. Pins collected, 28 out of 28. Aways thought they were well armed. Yaoyorozu had made an assortment of weapons, all miniature. Then, Kodai had used her quirk to enlarge them to a usable size, and Aways put together any moving parts he made. Jiro had a new amplification on her speakers. Most of the others were armed with tools of some sort of material made by Yaoyorozu, stronger and lighter than most other materials. Shishida had gotten a light scolding from Yaoyorozu on underestimating Midoriya before they had actually started to plan how to take him down. Assuming he was able to take down the other groups. Most of the 1B students were confident that Midoriya wouldn't make it to the 6th floor, but Yaoyorozu had insisted on making a plan, and a backup plan. They were so glad she did when Midoriya charged into the room and fired at Aways, who barely managed to dodge. Jiro blasted him with sound, but Midoriya dodged the attempt. He leapt upwards and spun, trying to hit Shishida, but the larger student was faster than he looked and managed to get out of the way in time. Midoriya ended up slamming his foot into the ground, leaving a small crater in his wake. Aways gulped. Midoriya immediately turned and leapt at Shishida, flipping him over with his momentum and getting a shot in. It splattered on Shishida's arm, and he hissed and lashed back. Midoriya leapt back and fired off a shot that hit its mark, right on his chest. Shishida Jiroda, deceased. Midoriya charged at Yaoyorozu, who created a staff to use against him. However, she had no idea that it was exactly what Midoriya wanted her to do, and he snatched the staff out of her grasp, and while she was off balance, he fired right at the small of her back, before shooting Aways and Jiro. Aways had gotten hit, but Jiro blasted out a sound wave in time to protect herself. Yaoyorozu Momo, deceased. Aways Yosetsu, deceased. Kodai enlarged the pole she was standing on, and it shot out in length. If Midoriya hadn't reacted in time and jumped over it, he would have gotten his legs impaled. Jiro tried to blast him with sound again, and she held the gun in her hand, ready to shoot once her sound waves no longer interfered with her shot. But Midoriya pushed through it. He pushed through the vibrating sound waves, and leapt forward, breaking free from it and shooting Jiro, before he turned on the ball of his foot and shot Kodai. Jiro Kyoka, deceased. Kodai Yui, deceased. Midoriya quickly and swiftly nabbed the pins from the fallen fighters, before he made his way out, up to the last floor. Kill count, T33 out of T33. Pins collected, T33 out of T33. Bakugu's palms flared up, he kept on setting off small explosions. Bondo had already smeared glue all over the entrance, to endure that Midoriya could not enter. They had already found the item that the villain was supposed to find, a statue of a bird with the UA crest on it. Todoroki had already froze the statue to the ground and was keeping an eye on the door as Fukudashi looked around carefully. "He's here," Todoroki softly said, as the fires placed on the outside of the room flickered at the new presence. Pellets flew out and nailed Bondo. He tried to catch them with his glue, but the damage had already been done. Bondo Kojiro, deceased. The floor was covered with glue, and all of them had to be careful not step on steps. Bakugo blasted himself over the glue, but Midoriya grabbed his arms, took his pin and flipped him over, getting a face full of glue. Lucky for him, the glue was one of the slippery ones, meant to trip people instead of trapping or sticking people. He didn't like the taste of it anyways. "Deku, stop effing you with me," he roared, wiping the glue off his face, firing off an explosion. This entire group had given up on trying to hit Midoriya with a weapon that they were all inexperienced in using. They decided to try and knock him out with their quirks, or at the very least, try to restrain him. Todoroki and Bakugo fought him in the sports festival, and both of them had confirmed, reinforced, and swore, Bakugo very literally swearing out a string of cuss words, that Midoriya was way too fast for them to try and mow him down with a gun, especially if it was a paintball gun. The best they could do was use their quirks to their advantage, try to confuse him, but even then, Bakugo explained that even that may not make it easier for them. If his performance on Monday was anything, confusing and disorientating him was digging their own grave. He was on strict orders from Aizawa to not push himself too much, but he may just well injure himself in his confusion, or lash out at whatever moved. And with Bando already dead, they lost access to one of the best trapping quirks. Todoroki hissed. Midoriya was standing between his group of Fukidashi and the group of Kirishima and Bakugo, so he couldn't use his quirks without hurting his teammates. Die! Bakugo roared, and threw one of his grenades at Midoriya. What are you, Bakugo? Kirishima yelled, picking Bakugo up, and they ducked behind a pile of debris. Midoriya dodged the grenade, and kicked the still-not-detonated device towards Fukidashi, and dove behind a pile of crates. It exploded, and Fukidashi didn't have any time to react. Todoroki barely managed to protect himself by putting up an ice wall in time. Apparently, the grenades were filled with mostly paint pellets, and just enough sweat to explode. Fukidashi manga, deceased? Todoroki promptly froze the entire statue. At the very least, he wasn't going to let Midoriya get the target objective of the exercise. Bakugo growled. Of course Midoriya would have experience with grenades. Why wouldn't he? Kirishima shot forward and tried to hit Midoriya, but he just jumped to the side to dodge, letting Kirishima stumble past him, before kicking him in the back, towards Todoroki. He managed to catch himself in time, and whirled around to attack back, but Midoriya was right in his face, punching him before he could harden himself again, and he crashed into Todoroki in a heap. Die! Bakugo roared, and Midoriya turned around, not expecting Bakugo to have appeared right behind him, explosions popping on his palm. Midoriya couldn't do anything. He had nowhere to dodge unless he wanted to risk tripping over Bando and Fukidashi. He had the 2 dazed students at his back and an explosive team to his front. He got an explosion to the face. Yesh. He got a hit in. Kirishima cheered, pulling himself and Todoroki to their feet. The smoke cleared, and they found Midoriya blinking and rubbing his eyes. His ears were ringing. His vision was blurry. He could smell smoke. No. He got out, didn't he? Why couldn't he see anything? Why did his ears hurt? Midoriya couldn't help it. His heart started racing, and his breaths came quicker, as he desperately tried to control his panic attack. Something in front of him moved, and with a feral screech, Midoriya charged forwards, swinging his gun and nailing the figure in the face. Kirishima immediately charged out to Bakugo's defense, but Midoriya sidestepped him and kicked him in the gut. The sheet, Deku? Bakugo snarled, stumbling back, but Midoriya pressed on the offensive, swinging his fists, his feet kicking out, twisting and turning elegantly as he dodged attacks and nailed his own blows with deadly accuracy. It was like a dance, except for the fact that Midoriya looked like he was panicking and was looking around blindly, blinking, unseeing. Midoriya, are you dash? Todoroki tried to call out in concern, but Midoriya slid to the ground, skidding past Kirishima, the gun twirling in his hand as he got closer to Todoroki. Todoroki tried to move, but the wave of panic and anger that crashed into him, originating from Midoriya, froze him in his tracks. Midoriya aimed the gun at him and fired. Todoroki Shuto, deceased. Midoriya yelped at the robotic voice, and randomly fired shots in the direction of the sound. Kirishima and Bakugo tried to dodge the sudden volley of pellets that rained in their direction, but Kirishima activated his quirk, which wasn't useful in protecting the vest from getting hit by pellets. Kirishima Ijiro, deceased. Midoriya shot forward, gazing about wildly as he swung his first forward. Bakugo caught his fist, but Midoriya used his other arm with the gun and fired a shot at Bakugo, who used the gauntlet on his arm to block it. He gave another incoherent screech, and suddenly pivoted on his heel, grappling Bakugo and flipping him over completely. If we got out, then where is? Midoriya tensed up when the realization hit him. That means, Deku! Bakugo roared, putting his arms backwards and blasting forwards, destroying the ice that Todoroki used in his attempt to protect the statue from the villain. He slammed into the confused teen, tackling Midoriya around his waist, both of them tumbling to the ground. What's wrong with him? Bakugo growled internally. He's not acting like he was. Deju's strategic. He's acting like he doesn't know what's going on. Fight me properly. Stop holding back. Bakugo screeched, pushing Midoriya's face down as his head collided into the ground. Bakugo felt a sharp pain flare up his index and middle finger, and hissed. Midoriya had bitten him, of all things. Those sharp canines weren't just for show. Midoriya gave a feral hiss, before he used that moment to punch Bakugo in the gut, and twisted around to kick him into the wall. He fired off a few more random shots, until his vision suddenly cleared, and he stared at horror at the carnage the room was in. Bakugo Katsuki, deceased. All heroes have been taken down. Kill count, T38 out of 38. Pins collected, T34 out of 38. Fukudashi was covered head to toe in red paint, still dazed from the powerful explosion that he was hit with. Bando was sitting at the side, and under his mask, Midoriya couldn't tell what he was feeling. Kirishima was nursing his bruises, splotches of red contrasting the black bruises he had obtained. Todoroki was huffing, trying to catch his breath as he leaned against his ice. Bakugo was lying on the ground, coughing and wheezing, covered in splotches of red paint. Just faint, Midoriya told himself. But the red reminded him of something else. Blood. We got out. Where's Toshi? Midoriya desperately tried to calm himself down. Panicking wasn't gonna help anyone. What if he was dead? But he wasn't, right? We got out. We're fine. We're having a heroics class now. I just transferred. Hey, the exercise is over, Midoriya? Monoma called out, before he observed the shell-shocked boy who had tucked himself into the corner of the room, his main objective laid forgotten on the ground. Midoriya turned to face the source of the sound, and looked at Monoma, his arms slightly burnt from using Bakugo and Todoroki's quirk, with red splotches on his shirt and breathes. He couldn't help but remember what the villain said. It's pretty amazing how you're still alive and kicking. Midoriya bit back a hiss of pain as a knife was shoved into his gut. You really are a monster, aren't ya? He knew he shouldn't listen to the villains. But his classmates and friends were covered in red. Everyone was on the opposing team. He did this. Get away from me. Midoriya growled in Monoma's direction, and he took a step back in fear. Monoma, what's taking so? Kendo was interrupted when Midoriya faced her and hissed, stopping her and the other students behind her in their tracks. Midoriya's gaze swept around, eyeing everyone warily. All of them were covered in red paint, and like Fukudashi, Kendo was also covered head to toe in red. I did this. Midoriya backed away slowly, panicking as his back hit the wall. He slowly slid down the wall, grasping his head as he tried to calm his own thoughts. Midoriya Monoma reached out again. Get away from me. Midoriya yelled, I killed you. I'm a monster. Leave me alone. Get away from him, Monoma. Aizawa's voice rang out, as he pushed his way through the crowd of students, slowly. Put your hands down and back away. No sudden movements. Keep your eyes on him, don't turn around. Just carefully move backwards towards us. Midoriya eyed Monoma as he slowly backed away, and it was obvious the tension in his shoulders was leaking away bit by bit. Monoma realized something. Aizawa was asking him to treat Midoriya like he was a scared animal that felt threatened. And that actually made a lot of sense. And given that Midoriya had literally just escaped from a situation similar to this. No wonder Midoriya felt on edge. Monoma was starting to get worried about Midoriya's mental state, though. Shinso was being carried by Yamada, and it was obvious he was unnerved by the chaos and the amount of red that covered the students. Aizawa didn't want him to see this. He had no idea who decided red was a good color for paintball, and even the gun he originally shot from used blue paint pellets. Someone either wanted to make this seem as realistic as possible, or just wanted to play a sick prank. He really hoped it was the former, because if it wasn't, he was ready to commit murder. They had noticed and heard Midoriya start screeching, and immediately started making their way to deal with Midoriya. Yagi was left in the surveillance room, as they all realized that Yagi's presence made Midoriya uneasy and even more volatile. Ken had stopped on the lower floors to take charge of the confused students, letting Yamada, Shinso and Aizawa hurry forward before someone else got hurt, from either Midoriya lashing out in his confusion and panic, or him hurting himself. Aizawa felt so angry and disappointed in himself. None of them had planned for Midoriya to be awake in time for this joint lesson, and didn't think to change the lesson plan because of Midoriya's sudden inclusion. He didn't take Midoriya's mental state into consideration. He didn't check the weapons before the lesson. He knew that Midoriya was still sensitive about everything, that he was angry and wanted to prove himself, but still let him participate even though Shizenji said he wasn't at 100% and his emotions were a wreck. Aizawa felt like he had failed his kid. Izuku, stand down. Aizawa called out, swallowing down his emotions, but Midoriya just flinched and pushed himself even further against the wall. I killed them. I can't dash. It's a game. It's just paint. No one is dead. Aizawa tried to reassure him. 1A noted that Aizawa used the word game. He expelled 2 students for not being serious in the quirk assessment test, and for treating it like a game. But no one really minded that much. They just wanted him to get Midoriya under control and not paint trigger happy. What if it was real? I don't want to kill anyone dash. We told you to treat them like enemies. You were supposed to do this. What if you were up against villains? I don't want to kill villains either. Some of them had no other way, some were forced into it, or they just made poor choices. They deserve a second chance dash. Problem child. Aizawa snapped. This was an exercise. This is your second chance. I don't deserve a second chance. Midoriya yelped, pressing his hands against his head. I'm a failure. I hurt my friends. It took me far too long to find Hitoshi. I don't deserve anything. The Hero Corps students, while still fearful of Midoriya, couldn't help but pity him. His declaration of war seemed like it was for him to prove that he deserved his place in the Hero Corps. He wanted to prove that he was capable of being a hero despite being quirkless. Despite what everyone said about him or thought about him, despite being a vigilante who was walking on the very border between being an actual vigilante and doing his own things legally. But he failed to convince everyone. His performance at the sports festival proved he knew what he was doing. The teachers, everyone in the hero course, normal heroes, pretty much everyone knew how strong he was, how much more skilled and experienced he was, how capable he was. But he only managed to convince everyone but himself. The staggering lack of self-esteem and confidence he had in himself was utterly shocking. It was almost as if he was just pushing forwards for Shinso's sake. Aizawa sighed. His problem child wasn't letting him get close. Time for the backup plan. Hitoshi, you remember what I said? It took some time for Shinso to realize that Aizawa was talking to him, and he nodded. Shinso was sad and very upset that Midoriya felt this way. He was the best thing that ever happened to him, and seeing him break down bit by bit made his heart ache. He didn't know how to fix it. But Aizawa did. So he wasn't going to be rash. Aizawa, Yamada, and Nizu knew what Shinso's quirk was, after Nizu had done his digging into Shinso's family background, and found out what his quirk was. A brainwashing quirk was no doubt powerful, and yet, due to the puppeteer, a mysterious villain with the power to control people, and many other past villains with similar powers, the poor child had been discriminated since Biarj, especially since even his mom didn't want him and abandoned him for it. Toshi? Midoriya had looked up at the mention of Shinso's name by Aizawa, his throat going dry at the thought that Shinso had seen him break down. Aizu, don't dash. Midoriya stopped mid-sentence, and Shinso hissed at the usage of his quirk. He used his quirk before, yes, on Midoriya, but those times were when he was younger, and he had permission from Midoriya to use his quirk. It was mostly just to test the limits of his quirk, like how long he could control him without getting a minor headache, or how much force was needed to snap him out of it. Shinso never liked his quirk, but he accepted it because the quirk was his. Midoriya made it very clear that he wasn't bad because his quirk was bad, and that his quirk wasn't even bad in the first place, given that at any time, any other quirk could be villainous when used in the wrong way. Heck, even while quirkless, Midoriya himself was powerful and smart enough to give heroes a run for their money. Shinso didn't want to use his quirk on his older brother, of all people, but Aizawa told him that using it would help Midoriya. And he was okay with doing anything as long as it made Midoriya feel better. Midoriya relaxed, his head in a foggy daze. Shinso lunged at him, wrapping his brother in a hug, the sudden contact snapping Midoriya out of Shinso's control. He quickly wrapped his arms around Shinso on instinct to prevent him from falling and maybe injuring himself. I'm sorry you had to see me like this. Midoriya choked on his own words, drooping as guilt pooled and churned in his stomach. Disappointment dripped from his words. I'm not capable doing anything right? Shinso pressed his head against Midoriya's neck, and all the tension leaked out of Midoriya completely. He leaned back against the wall, drained completely of energy, and Shinso leaned against him. He slumped backwards like a deflated balloon, and melted completely as Shinso nuzzled him like a cat. Silly Aizu. You're the best big brother ever. Midoriya wrapped his arms around Shinso, and Aizawa moved forwards, and crouched down to check on his problem child. I hurt them, Toshi. I hurt my classmates in Kaken and I almost killed them and, oh gods, what if it was a real gun? What if, I'm sorry, Toshi. Shinso didn't say a word, and just kept his arms wrapped around his brother, trying his best to comfort him as he was on the verge of breaking down again. Calm down, Izuku. How are you feeling now? I don't know. Tired? Confused? I'm sorry. Stop apologizing. Jeez. You didn't even do anything wrong. I didn't? You're not mad that I shot them and… Bakugo could only grit his teeth as he saw how Midoriya was acting. He wasn't like this. Midoriya was strong. He was strong, and he shouldn't let something like this affect him. It was just an exercise, and he had no idea why he was getting so worked up about it. Izuku, cool it. You spent the last few years stressing yourself over things a kid your age shouldn't even be thinking about. The last 10 months, you've been running yourself raw, trying to find Hitoshi, and not even getting any proper rest at all. You don't eat properly, you don't rest, and now your body and brain is suffering for it. Your body is still confused, and the fact that you had to heal from some major injuries does not help at all. Now, you're stressing out over something understandable, given what you've been through, but you need to calm down before we can try to help you. This was a bad idea on my part, letting you participate in lessons before we even managed to assess your mental state. I apologize for that. Aizawa said. No. I can't. I can't afford to miss anything else. We'll catch you up during the internship break. For now, I'm bringing you to Recovery Girl. Anyone else with life-threatening injuries or broken bones, come with me. Everyone else stays here for All Might's debriefing. Aizawa ordered. And no protesting, problem child. You already have enough on your plate. Just shut up and let someone else do the worrying for once in your life. Aizawa sighed as they finally managed to get his problem child calmed down. He picked him and Shinso up, and gesturing to Bakugo, who had broken fingers, courtesy of Midoriya, he led them out to Shizenji's office. Notes. So, I have some ideas for future chapters, but I do not know which ones to implement. You guys are free to join my Discord server, where I not only announce stuff, but I will also start votings for how you may like the story to proceed. I have too many angst ideas. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Chapter 21. After copy. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Ken and Yamada finally managed to wrangle all the confused students back into the surveillance room. Alright, how do you think the exercise went? Yagi asked. He felt horrible that Midoriya had ended up breaking down during the exercise, and even more so combined with the fact that as All Might he had told this same kid 8 years ago that he could not be a hero while quirkless. All the remaining students were looking at each other uneasily, or staring at their feet. None of them wanted to speak up, until Kendo bravely raised her hand and said, I think that we underestimated him. He said he was quirkless, and even though most of us knew that he was able to hold himself in a fight, we subconsciously held back. But who agrees with young Kendo here? The students stayed quiet, until one by one, hands flew up into the air. The only ones who didn't raise their hands were Monoma, Kirishima, Tetsu, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu. Alright, anything else? Kamakiri was next. We weren't in sync. We made plans, but once something went wrong, we just got in each other's way. Midoriya was able to use our confusion against us. That is a good point, young Kamakiri. Yagi nodded. You have never worked together before. While I did see you trying to cooperate with each other, this is a very vital skill to have. Can anyone tell me why? Heroes from different agencies may have to work together, without any prior experiences beforehand. Yaoyorozu replied. Correct. If you don't work together and sync properly, you may very well hurt your comrades instead. Young Fukudashi, Would you like to say something? Bakugo threw a grenade at Midoriya, but he kicked it at Todoroki and Todoroki was able to protect himself, but if it were a real battle I don't think I would be here. Fukidashi said sheepishly. He was still covered in paint, but Yaoyorozu had very politely created some towels for him to wipe himself off, and Todoroki had melted his ice to clean off more of the paint. Great. Vlad King, do you have anything to add? Yagi asked. He was a newbie at teaching, and almost everything that was part of the lesson plan was blown way off because of Midoriya's performance. Do you have anything to say in regards of quirks? Ken asked. Most of the students just stared at him blankly. We made the groups based on how well our quirks would mesh together. Minoma said, like Tokoyami and Kurwaro, Tetsu and Kaminari, Uraraka and Yanagi, Yaoyorozu and Kodai, and Ida and Shota. But they weren't as effective as we thought they would be. Actually, I don't mean to interrupt, but it wasn't that your team-ups were ineffective. In fact, Izuku was able to predict them. Yamada interjected, taking out a piece of paper that he had stuffed in his pocket. In Midoriya's neat yet messy handwriting, they were able to make out some words, and apparently, Midoriya had thought of way more combinations than they had. Kurwaro, Tokoyami, increased range from dark shadow, travel through black or shadows, surprise attack. Uraraka, Yanagi, weight limit for control, zero gravity negates weakness, unlimited control. No mass, strong force overpowers quirk. Yaoyorozu creation, limited by lipids. Kodai increases size, can make more. Moving parts, welding quirk. Work with Uraraka and Yanagi for remote detonation/attacks. Ida, speed twin impact. Higher speed equals more force. Increased impact. Shota and Kurwari Tokoyami? Increased speed twin impact? Kurwari seems faster in darkness. Steel conducts electricity. Tetsu, Kaminari, enhanced strength electricity. Spores conduct electricity. Komori Kaminari, electricity in air to trap. Todoroki freezes vine tips to strengthen them. Aoyoma's laser hagakures diffraction. Not compatible with Kurwaro. Solid air sphere with spores explosion. Bomb, maybe Yanagi to move. Kaken's rash. Will keep on attacking. Todoroki most likely to use ice. Fire not good in enclosed space. Kirishima quirk hardens will not protect vest. Jiro's sound also vibrates building, no high frequency. Minoma can work with any depending on borrowed quirk. No quirks that required stockpiling. Major mutations? There were a lot more ineligible scribbling, but they were all impressed by how he managed to think of so many combinations on the fly, strengths and weaknesses, how he managed to nitpick and figure out every small, usually unnoticeable detail about their quirks and how to use them. And how small Midoriya's handwriting was. Analysis is Izuku's greatest strength. And it's a skill that can be picked up, though isn't easy. Aizawa and I talked to him before, and I believe that because he's quirkless, he tried to find ways to put himself on par with the others with quirks to even the playing grounds. By analyzing quirks, even if he didn't become a combat hero that fought directly, he can aid other heroes in taking down villains by figuring out their weaknesses. By training himself in close combat and weapons usage, he is able to use his analysis abilities to defeat you. How do you even know him so well? Ken asked, accusingly. Well, it's a funny story, really. Yamada laughed. He took down a villain Aizawa was hunting 6 years ago. You remember him complaining about that, and we all though he was on a caffeine high? Yep. Now that you mention it, that long ago? Not really. We encountered him another time, but he recognized me in my Civil Lane outfit, which made Nizu start digging into it but still coming up empty-handed. He's a good kid, luckily. Cheeky and sassy and sometimes rude, but a good kid nonetheless. Yamada laughed. Ken blanched at the thought that Midoriya was smart enough to even evade Nizu, even if Nizu wasn't really putting much thought into it. The students just stared at their teachers blankly. Even Yagi seemed slightly confused, being a new teacher in UA and all. He's scary. Tsuburaba grumbled. We're lucky this is just an exercise and he's just a mock villain. We'll be dead in minutes. But he's really nice. He may be rude sometimes, but Midoriya's really manly. Kirishima grinned. I think he was just mad that some of us didn't think he was capable. He did yell at Bakugo for being worried about him. Uraraka hummed. I think he's just really eager to prove himself. Yagi just stayed silent. He didn't know what else to say about Midoriya. He personally still didn't approve of Midoriya trying to be a hero, but the boy was trying so hard, and was able to prove himself today. But Yagi still worried. He himself was quirkless, and everyone, even villains, didn't believe in him until the kindred soul in Nana took him in as her successor. Without it, even if he was able to fight criminals quirkless, no one would take him seriously. Midoriya may be able to earn the title as a hero through technicalities, but if society wouldn't accept it, he could only wait and see. After the heroics lesson, some of the students decided to visit Bakugo and Midoriya in the infirmary. Deku, eat your godmed pills. Shut up, Kaken. You're being noisy. Izuku, just listen to Recovery Girl. Ashido entered the room alongside Shiro, Kirishima, Uraraka, Ida, Monoma, Kaminari and Tokage. Midoriya was crossing his arms as he sat on a bed. Aizawa was sighing into his hand as he sat on a chair, Shinso on his lap, and Bakugo was wearing his uniform and was screeching at Midoriya while sitting on another bed, his two gauntlets and his hero costume strewn on the floor. Shizenji looked like she was scolding Midoriya, but she wasn't saying a word. More like she was looking at him with a very unimpressed look on her face. Shinso got off Aizawa's lap, hopped on the bed and smacked Midoriya lightly on the nose. Bad Aizu. Did it? Midoriya mock glared at Shinso, and Shinso returned his gaze. After about 5 seconds, Midoriya sighed. Fine. He popped the antibiotics into his mouth, and swallowed them with some water. You're letting him push you around. Bakugo cackled. Shut up. He's too cute. Midoriya pouted, as Shinso laughed and wrapped his arms around Midoriya's arm. Hi. Uraraka asked, hesitant to interrupt the friendly banter. Hi Uraraka. And Ida and Ashido and Shiro and… Yeah, stop rambling Deku. You still haven't kicked that habit? Well you shut it Kaken. Midoriya hissed. You're still throwing swears back and forth like a maniac. Okay, cut it out. I want to sleep. Aizawa groaned. Fine. You win, Dadzawa. Dadzawa? Kaminari and Shiro burst out laughing, before pointing at Aizawa who looked like he was stunned into silence, but in actuality he was doing his best to keep a straight face and not turn red in front of the other students. He's totally a Dadzawa. Stop. It's rude to laugh at your teachers. Ida berated, and Midoriya, please stop making fun of Aizawa-sensei. You should respect him. But he likes it. Midoriya rebutted. Just shut it. Aizawa sighed. I'm too old for this. You're like 30 though. Exactly. The group stayed with Midoriya for about an hour, before Bakugo was deemed fit to leave. So, why is Bakugo in the infirmary again? He seemed fine to me. Kaminari asked. This sucker bit me and broke 2 fingers. Bakugo pointed at Midoriya. I said I'm sorry. I panicked. I know that nerd. Next time, you better not panic and fight me properly. I'll try. Telling me not to panic is hard. Yeah. Midoriya got his hair ruffled by Bakugo, and he pouted. Shinso, you better take care of him. Yep. Got it. Shinso chirped, patting Midoriya's head, looking really proud of himself. Uraraka, Tokage and Ashido were too busy screeching internally at Shinso, and upon Aizawa's request, Ida and Kirishima had to drag them out. All of them had left, save for Monoma. Hey. Feeling okay? Monoma took a seat where Bakugo sat before, and looked at Midoriya solemnly. Yeah. I'm fine now. Midoriya nodded. Are you gonna get therapy or something? You seem like you were panicking really bad back there. Probably. Midoriya paused and looked away. It seems really silly, huh? Just looking at red paint, and everyone lying on the ground triggered it. It seems so dash. Not really. Monoma interrupted, given you literally stumbled back into UA covered in your own blood. The duo fell into silence, the only sound coming from Shinso's hair swishing through the air as he continuously looked back and forth between them, as if waiting for one of them to continue speaking. Thanks for, not saying that Quirkless were weak and all that. Don't mention it. I know how you feel. Monoma sighed. You know my quirk, copy? Midoriya nodded. Well, on its own, it's pretty useless. And you know this already, but my quirk copies the bare essences of the quirk. If I copy, for example, Yaoyorozu's quirk, then my usage of it is limited by how much I already ate. Monoma explained, it's versatile, but I have a number and time limit. I know that. Why are you telling me this? Midoriya asked, confused. Got teased a lot as a kid, people telling me I'm useless on my own. Monoma shrugged. It's probably not as bad as you, and I did try to strengthen myself. Not as much as you did, obviously. Monoma looked like he wanted to say something, but was holding himself still. The fact is that no one believed that we could be heroes, but here we are, I guess. Midoriya let out a small laugh. Yeah. They fell into the awkward silence again. Sorry for, killing. It's just an exercise. Stop beating yourself up over it. Monoma, it's late. Go home. You can visit Izuku again tomorrow. Only you, because you're not rowdy and loud like the others. Aizawa sighed. Problem child, go shower and then eat. Tsukachi's coming up later. Fine. See ya, Midoriya. Monoma stood up, and with a reply of bye from Shinso and Midoriya, he left the infirmary. Notes. I have several ideas for future chapters, but I do not know which ones to implement. I don't know how you may like the story to proceed. I have too many angst ideas, so just take a minute and help please. http://www.easypolls.net/poll.html P5D18324B025558. You guys are free to join my Discord server as well, for announcements and votings OWO. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Chapter 22, More Panic. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Aizawa had brought Shinso to see Inui, the school's counselor, while Midoriya talked to Tsukachi. Shinso wasn't a student, but they all figured that it was better for Shipsu to talk to people with animal quirks, or just animals in general since he wasn't really good with adults. One prime example was with Kayama. She had popped into the room beforehand while Midoriya was napping, and Shinso completely freaked out until Midoriya woke up and convinced him that she wasn't going to hurt anyone. Luckily for them, Nizu also knew a bit about psychology, given that he had been the subject of several cruel experiments before, and Shinso really didn't mind him that much. The conversation with Inui and Nizu started off fine. Shinso didn't mind Aizawa listening, and even insisted that Aizawa stayed just in case he activated his quirk by accident. He did try his best to talk, even though they were met with awkward bouts of silence as Shinso tried to dig up the unpleasant memories, or deliberated on how he was supposed to explain things. But after around 15 minutes, they could all tell that Shinso was getting anxious. He was fidgeting a lot, he kept looking around, he spoke in shorter phrases and sentences. He also started curling in on himself, and no longer looked at any of them in the eye. At last he mumbled, Where's Izuku? He just sounded so miserable, and Aizawa carefully pulled him in for a hug. But that seemed to set something off, and Shinso started shaking violently. He yelped, and tried to get away from Aizawa, but the pro-hero just did his best to restrain Shinso from moving to prevent him from hurting himself. Where's Aizu? He kept repeating over and over again, and continuously tried to pry himself away from Aizawa's grasp. Izuku's with Tsukachi now. Do you want to see him now? Inui asked, but Shinso didn't seem to hear him as he kept struggling against Aizawa. Call Zashi. Aizawa hissed, but Nizu was already dialing Yamada's number. It rang for a few seconds, before someone picked up the phone. Principal. Thank goodness. Midoriya's completely flipping out here dash. Kayama was interrupted when they all heard Yamada yelling, Izuku. Calm down. Hitoshi's with Shoyuda, the principal, hound dog. He's perfectly safe. He's panicking again. I think she was interrupted again by a pained howl from the panicked green bean. Where is he? Is he okay? I need to make sure he's okay. What if Aizu? Upon hearing Midoriya's voice over the phone, Shinsu's struggling had died down significantly, and he yelled over the phone. Where are you? I want Aizu back. Toshi? Where are you now? I'm gonna come find you. Izuku, no. Don't stop me. I need to find him. No. Stop hurting him, Shinso shrieked. Leave him alone. I'm not hurting him. Izuka, calm down. Yamada protested. Toshi. But Shinso was starting to freak out again, and Aizawa was trying to do his best to calm him down. Stop it, stop it, stop it, Shinso screeched. Aizawa immediately recognized that Shinso was starting to phase out, and he gently shook him to snap him out of it. Leave Toshi alone. Midoriya shrieked over the phone. He's gonna hurt himself. Should I knock him out? Kayama asked. No need for that. I'll bring him back as fast as possible. Aizawa promptly replied. Go. We can continue this later. Maybe with the both of them together. Nizu ordered, and Aizawa nodded, picking up the slightly calm but still anxious Shinso and rushed out of the room. Inui and Nizu looked at each other, before Inui sighed, and wrote something down in his notebook. Separation anxiety, maybe anthropophobia? He's scared of adults in particular. He was okay with 1A, according to Aizawa. Nizu replied, he has PTSD as well. Both of them. So, how are we gonna help him? Inui asked. We need assess Midoriya first, though I heavily suspect that every other fear, phobia and disorder they suffer from stems from their separation anxiety. Nizu sighed. The questioning had started off decently. Midoriya did have to make Aizawa promise about 100 times to not leave Shinsu's side, to not leave him alone, not to leave him in dark, and a bunch of other random conditions that he took very, very seriously, sprinkled with threats, before he was willing to let Aizawa bring his little brother for some counseling. Tsukachi didn't have that many questions either. Just the general, what's your name, or what's your quirk? Before he started delving a little into his vigilante history. Yamada and Kayama was stationed outside the nurse's office, with Shizenji staying in the infirmary for the time being to deal with a student that bruised their knee after falling down some stairs, and another kid with a paper cut. But once he started asking about the kidnapping, Midoriya became a little angsty. Tsukachi knew that it was a touchy topic, heck. In fact, Midoriya already stated at the very beginning of the interrogation that he may be a little emotional once they touched on that topic, but heck, he was angsty. Tsukachi managed to pry out of him that he had received a letter addressed to his vigilante self, and while he found the irony of it slightly amusing that he had a letter to himself that he couldn't read, he held it in. It wouldn't help Midoriya at all. He had followed its directions, met the villains, had a brief scuffle with them before he was caught. When he woke up, he was chained up, and he was threatened with Shinsu's well-being. Once he started talking about that, his feet started tapping. His fingers were fidgety, and he was rubbing his arms absent-mindedly, as if he was trying to feel for something around his wrists, or, in context, trying to pick the imaginary cuffs that he had been chained in. A few questions in, and Midoriya asked, Where's Hitoshi? Tsukachi had called Yamada in to answer that question, and upon him telling Midoriya that he was still with Aizawa, Midoriya relaxed, and nodded, though he could see the pain etched on his face. Tsukachi managed to ask a few more questions, with the interval between each need for assuring Midoriya that Shinso was fine becoming shorter and shorter, until they reached the question about Hawks and Enji. Midoriya had literally snapped, and abruptly stood up in his seat, looking around wildly. He had a crazed look in his eyes, and he slammed his palms on the table and demanded to see Shinso. Tsukachi was at a loss, and didn't know how to calm down the anxious and agitated teen. Yamada had rushed in to attempt to calm him down, but it had ended up with him restraining Midoriya before he was able to bolt out the door. Yamada's phone had fallen to the ground in the minor scuffle, but Kayama had picked it up when it started ringing. Nizu was on the other side, and apparently, Shinso was also starting to panic on the other end. There was some shouting, a lot of struggling, and while Midoriya was slightly calmer, when Shinso started yelling he had panicked again. They barely managed to make out that Aizawa was bringing Shinso back. All they had to do was to hold out until the erasure hero got back with the kid. Yamada was holding Midoriya back, as he screeched incoherently and flailed about. The second Yamada loosened his grip, Midoriya lashed out, smashing his fist into Yamada's face and pushed him away. Kayama immediately stood in front of the door, not letting him pass. Midoriya growled, "Get out of the way." "I can't do that, Midoriya." Kayama sighed regretfully. "You're just gonna hurt yourself and I can't let you do that." Midoriya just hissed as he crouched down, ready to fight. And that was how Aizawa rushed into the room, pushing past Kiyama with Shinso also struggling in his grasp. Yamada was sitting on the floor, covering his bleeding nose, and Tsukachi was sitting on his chair, confused and completely at a loss. He deals with hardened criminals, damn it, not panicking teenagers whose first instinct was to lash out and attack. Aizu! Shinso yelped, reaching out for Midoriya the second he saw the older, and it took everything Aizawa to keep a firm grip on the child lest he fall and injure himself. Heck, wrangling villains is easier than this. Aizawa hissed internally. Midoriya stopped growling and immediately rushed up to Aizawa, carefully extracting Shinso from Aizawa's grip with the gentleness that no one would have associated with Midoriya in his wild, destructive mental state. Midoriya pulled Shinso into his chest, carefully running his fingers through the younger's hair as he crumpled ungracefully to the ground. Definitely separation anxiety. Nizu nodded, having followed Aizawa after he finished his conversation, riding on Yagi's shoulders in his all-might form. Sorry that he's here. I know that Midoriya has a slight aversion to him, but he wanted to ask Midoriya something and I think it was best to get it out of the way as soon as possible once he calms down. Nizu apologized. The adults could only watch in silence as Midoriya clutched Shinso close to his chest, mumbling something none of them could make out, as Shinso wrapped his arms around Midoriya's neck. The only other sound was Shizenji kissing Yamada's hand to fix his bloody nose, another indication that a desperate, overprotective Midoriya was not someone that they or anyone wanted to deal with. Tsukachi didn't really want to question Shinso, but he didn't really have a choice. Shinso agreed to it, but both Aizawa and Midoriya had to be right outside the door in the process in case something went wrong. And no one wanted to refuse anyway. Midoriya was angsty without him, and there was a very high chance that Shinso might suffer from more post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms again when talking about such a traumatic experience. Shizenji, Inui and Nizu agreed that they both suffered from separation anxiety, and everything else stemmed from that. The entire thing took a few minutes, since Shinso himself was literally in the dark most of the time, but Tsukachi was just turning paler and paler when Shinso mentioned that he realized very late that he was kept in a room with dead, bloody, decaying bodies, or that they wanted to use him to get to Midoriya, or that they sometimes injured the boy in an attempt to force him to their side. He also couldn't help himself from sighing in relief when the entire thing was over, because he just could not believe that there was someone who had so much faith in another person. Shinso suffered for so long and never gave up hope that Midoriya would rescue him from his hell, just because he loved him and promised to do so. Love like that was hard to find nowadays. And when the entire thing was over, Tsukachi couldn't help but smile as Midoriya kept close to Shinso, never taking his eyes off him even as they argued over whether blue or yellow was a nicer color. He was glad that both Midoriya and Shinso was still able to retain some of the childish innocence that had, quite frankly, been forced out of them too soon. Tsukachi didn't really have much to do. Just write a report, submit it, case closed. The villains were mostly taken down by the heroes in Midoriya's escapee rampage, with the only exception being the purple-haired leader that was a huge unknown even amongst the villains. The two villains who had actively participated in Shinso's kidnapping were dead, 'cause unknown, but from the security footage Hawks managed to obtain, it was obvious that it wasn't Midoriya, nor the other heroes who killed them. He would have to file a report against Midoriya and Shinso's parents for obvious child abuse and neglect, but both their mothers were deceased, and Midoriya's father was in jail and Shinso's father was an unknown villain. The only clue about Shinso's father was in a letter that Midoriya had read when he found Shinso, saying he had purple eyes, purple hair, and a brainwashing quirk. He was going to have to do a search in the system for him, but he didn't want to press either kid for more details regarding this. Meanwhile, Aizawa and Midoriya were talking. It's not good for either of you. You know that, Izuku? I know. Midoriya sighed, but as I said, I'm not capable of taking care of him. I let him get kidnapped. I can't let that happen again. He suffered for 10 months because I wasn't strong enough. It's not your fault. Aizawa replied, things happen. What matters the most is that he's safe now. You're safe now. What if it happens again? I can't protect him. What if he hates me for being so weak? What if Izuku? Aizawa pulled him in for a hug, and the distressed teenager clung to him for both physical and emotional support. Hitoshi will never hate you. He can never hate you. You're the best thing that ever happened to him. Something like that won't break the bonds you have. Even if I take him in without you, you know he's also gonna suffer. Both of you suffer from separation anxiety. I don't know. Knowing that the villains wanted to get Toshi, not only for his quirk, but also get to me. He looked like he wanted to cry. He's a target. Me being with him puts him in more danger. Aizawa didn't know what else to say. He was horrible at emotions, and he had no idea how to deal with all the emotional stuff. He just wrapped his arms around his problem child and never said a word. Well, if he was so insistent in him taking Shinso in, then by hook or by crook he was wrangling the green teen into the house as well. So, in very plain terms, you're fighting all for one who is apparently immortal or something and has been alive for 200 years? Yes, and wait, I didn't even mention all for one? How did you dash? Please. Midoriya snorted and turned back to your skinny form. You only have 3 hours a day, don't you? Don't waste them on me. Yagi just stared at him, blinking, before transforming to his normal Yagi form in a poof of white smoke. Tsukachi, Nizu and Shizenji were chuckling, seeing a student treating the number one hero like a child. They were there because they were the only ones who knew the truth behind One for All. Shinso was sitting on Midoriya's lap, and Yagi allowed him to stay because 1, separation anxiety, and 2, he, at the least, deserved to know what was going on with Midoriya. Aizawa was standing behind them, and he very subtly demanded to listen into the conversation, and Yagi did not have the heart to deny the angry future father but still in denial erasure hero, especially after how he glared at him yesterday. How did you dash? I know a lot of things. Midoriya replied cryptically, his canines glinting, including your birthday, where you live, your blood type dash. He was smacked on the head by Aizawa, who just sighed. Yagi had no idea how to respond to that. Back to the topic on hand, please? Aizawa groaned exasperatedly. And you want me, a kid, to be your successor or some sheet, to take on that duty for you, and want to give me your quirk? Midoriya raised his eyebrows. Yes. Yagi said plainly. What was your original quirk, then? Who gave it to you? Midoriya asked, glaring at Yagi as if he was trying to bore into his soul to extract the truth. What do you mean? Yagi stammered. Clearly, you know the quirk can be given away. That means someone gave it to you, since clearly you never gave it to anyone before. Yagi gulped, not just because Midoriya was scary. How was he supposed to tell Midoriya that he used to be quirkless? I'm taking your silence as you are quirkless. And Shimura Nana. Yagi spluttered and spat out a torrent of blood, to which Midoriya quickly wrapped his arms around Shinso and Aizawa quickly pulled him away in time. Geez, no wonder you're so skinny. I think you need a blood transfusion. I'm sorry, Yagi apologized, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. How did you know? Both you and Shimura have similar muscle-augmenting quirks. You studied in UA before. Gran Torino worked here for a year to teach you, and 2 years before that, Shimura passed away. Assuming she passed on the quirk to you, Torino spent a year getting his teaching license and another year teaching you. And I'm assuming you used to be quirkless because you're embarrassed to reveal it, and that's heavily banking on you being so adversative to me trying to be a quirkless hero. Nizu clapped his paws, roaring with laughter, while Yagi just stared at Midoriya, stunned into silence. Are you sure you don't have an analysis quirk or something? He managed to stammer out. I have 2 pinky toe joints. Minoma can't copy a quirk from me because I don't have a quirk, and Aizawa-sensei can't sense a quirk in me. It's very, very highly probably that I don't have a quirk, nor do I have the capacity to develop one. Midoriya shrugged, before he turned serious. I had my suspicions, but this cemented it. It makes sense what you told me 8 years ago. I can forgive you for what you said, given context, but I will never forget it. I want to prove you and everyone else wrong, and to do that, I will not accept your offer. I do hope you can find a decent successor. I would recommend Kaken, 'cause he has the drive to become stronger, but he'll kill me and say that taking your quirk is cheating. Maybe Kirishima or Togata, Lemillion, the one who interns under Sir Night Eye. He's in 3. Yagi was starting to wonder just how much Midoriya knew, how he obtained his information, and how the heck he managed to retain so much information in his brain. Also, keep in contact with your mentor and your former sidekick? Midoriya grinned. A knock on the door was heard, and Shiseiji opened the door. Yagi quickly dived behind the curtain in a panic as Monoma poked his head in, completely forgetting that no one else knew that he was All Might. Shinso and Midoriya burst into laughter upon seeing Yagi act like an idiot. Can I see Midoriya? Aizawa-sensei said I could visit him. Am I interrupting something? No. We were just finishing up. Aizawa sighed, pushing Midoriya towards the door, eliciting a squeak from him. Go eat, problem child. Fine. Bye, Dad. Midoriya grinned, dodging another smack to his head by a slightly red Aizawa, before he bolted out the door with Shinso firmly in his grasp, their laughter echoing throughout the room. All of them stared at each other in silence. Does he hate me? I have a feeling he does. Yagi asked. He used to dislike you, but I guess he's okay with you now. That's just his messed up way of showing that he cares. Aizawa sighed before following Midoriya out the door. Are you sure they're not related? Yagi asked Nizu, turning to the smaller principal. My, Tashinori, aren't you asking a lot of questions today? Nizu grinned. They're definitely not genetically related. But if Aizawa wasn't so ready to adopt him, I myself would have taken him in as a student. Maybe I still can do so. Yagi blanched. Midoriya was already bad enough. Couple with training from Nizu. Is Aizawa-sensei your dad or something? Monoma asked as he, Midoriya and Shinso walked briskly to the cafeteria. Nah. But it's fun to tease him. Midoriya grinned. You're probably the one who would dare to tease him. Monoma sighed. I heard he expelled 2 students this year on the first day. Yeah. He did? Midoriya nodded. Last year he expelled the entire class of 1A, so there's no 2A this year. He usually expels around 5 or 6 students a year. You sure he won't expel you? Monoma asked, raising his eyebrow at the bubbly teen. Yeah. He expels those with no potential, not for bad behavior or stuff like that. Otherwise, Kaken would have been expelled for swearing, Ida for yelling sometimes, Ashido and Kaminari for being too noisy, and Hagakure for encouraging walking around naked. Midoriya shrugged. If he wanted to expel me, he would have done so long ago. You seem to be on pretty good terms with him, as with Mike-sensei. We go way back. Maybe give or take 5 or 6 years? Midoriya replied. At first it was just as Eraserhead and Akatani. Then Mike-sensei saw me once and then. Yeah. They finally got to the cafeteria, and Bakugu waved him over to the tables where 1A and 1B and 1 Hatsum were seated. They were all mingling, students from each class were talking to each other, and it seemed like the animosity between them had disappeared. Shinso clambered up the seat next to Bakugu, and Midoriya sat beside him, Monoma on the side opposite them. Bakugu pushed over a bowl of cool soba, and Midoriya stared at him questioningly. Bakugu smacked him on the head. Mike-sensei took over homeroom, and said you would join us for lunch. Told us to get you food so you won't have to queue. Don't know why, 'cause you didn't come for lessons, so shouldn't you come get food earlier? Interrogation. Midoriya pointed out, had another panic attack. Broke Mike-sensei's nose. We got diagnosed with separation anxiety and a lot of other things that would get triggered as a result of it. According to Recovery Girl, as long as we stick together, we should be fine. Midoriya took a mouthful of soba, before Shinso took a bite. Midoriya. Hatsum latched onto Midoriya's back, and he would have choked if he hadn't already heard her and expected her to do so. Yes? Any support items in mind? Power Loader Sensei told us you were transferred, and told me to come ask you if you needed anything. Midoriya's eyes lit up, and he said, actually, I do. I have some ideas, and I have a few prototypes at home. If Aizawa-sensei lets me, maybe I'll bring them over, along with the blueprints. I'm sure you'll also have other methods to make them stronger and lighter. That I bet I do. She proudly grinned, before they started talking about hydraulic pumps and energy saving and solar panels and a bunch of other complicated stuff that no one knew about. Won't making it thinner make it weaker? Shinso interjected at one point. making Hatsum pause in her speech and turn to look at him. She detached herself from Midoriya when she caught sight of Shinso, and with a squeal, immediately picked him up and spun him around, ignoring the yelp in protest that Shinso made. "Oh my god! You're adorable! Hatsum! You can't do that!" Midoriya expertly plucked Shinso out of her grip, and Shinso blinked a few times, trying to shake the dizziness out of his eyes and to get his bearings. But he's so cute. Hatsum pouted. Midoriya introduced Shinso to Hatsum, and then the rest of the heroic class students. "How long are you guys gonna recover?" Bakugo asked. "You know, from your separation anxiety?" The entire table fell silent. Heck, even the noisy, overly excited Hatsum kept her mouth shut, as they all turned upon hearing the crude question from Bakugo. "Come on. You can't be a hero if you're just gonna cling to each other all the time." Bakugo snorted, upon seeing Midoriya's stunned expression. "I get that he's still a kid, but you can't just worry about him all the time dash." He was immediately met with a smack in the nose by Shinso. He looked at the toddler, bewildered, that he actually smacked him. "Bad kaken." The nurse said it takes time. Midoriya stared at Bakugo before he burst out laughing. The rest of the students erupted into chaos. "You can't just ask something like that," Ida interjected. "Where are your manners?" Shinso just smacked him. Kaminari and Ashido roared with laughter. Somehow, the ruckus transformed into some sort of messed-up game of truth and dare, with the punishment being a smack on the face by the nearest person. Bakugo called bullshit, but then he got smacked by Midoriya for swearing, and then he ended up getting roped into it as well. Bakugo, truth or dare? Dare. Drink this. Kirishima passed over a cup of tea, and Bakugo drank the whole thing in one gulp. If you're trying to make it salty, add more salt. The game kept on going, and Aizawa, sitting in a corner, noticed how the entire group tried to steer the game away from his two kids, taking the attention off them as they started doing idiotic things. He smiled internally when he saw Shinso giggle when Kaminari shocked himself silly, and when Midoriya laughed when Shiro had no choice but to admit that he had tried to be Spider-Man and ended up swinging into a tree. The game was broken up when Hagakure dumped a bucket of water on Ashido, but from the reactions of the too much calmer kids, Aizawa could only sigh in exasperation at the mess they made. Some students had visited Midoriya in the infirmary again after lessons, until Aizawa had to chase them out again. Ashido and Hagakure had started screaming, and then Ida screamed at them to quieten down, until eventually Shizenji decided that they were too noisy and Aizawa had to make them leave. The next day had passed without much of a problem. A good friend of Shizenji's, a doctor with a quirk that allowed her to identify mental disorders, had popped over to UA, and had diagnosed them with severe separation anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder, and confirmed that everything else, like Shinsu's anthropophobia, was a result of them being disorientated and panicked. They went out to have lunch with the other students again, had a few more checkups, and before long, it was Saturday. Aizawa was sending the other students off for their hero internships, and Midoriya and Shinso accompanied them because Aizawa mentioned that he wanted to do something with them when they left the train station. They did not expect Aizawa to lead them right back to their house. "Sensei, how do you know where I live?" "Bakugo," Aizawa replied, as Midoriya unlocked the door. Aizawa peered inside, taking notice that the living room was slightly charred, and that the place was a mess. Books were strewn on the ground, the couch was slanted, clothes were on the floor, and everything was generally all over the place. "Whoops. I guess I never cleared up these 10 months. Midoriya chucked sheepishly. "Go pack your things. If I don't see more 4 bags here, then I'm gonna help you pack," Aizawa ordered. "I told you, Toshi doesn't have much." Midoriya huffed, and Shinsu's eyes widened in shock as he realized just what was going on. "Wait, I don't want to leave," Shinso yelped, and Midoriya crouched down and carefully swept his hair aside. "I'm sorry, Toshi. I don't want you to get hurt because I'm incapable of taking care of you. But Aizu is the best." Aizawa just sighed into his hand. "When I said that, I meant both of you pack. You're coming along whether you like it or not, Izuku." Midoriya and Shinso turned to face him, completely bewildered, before Midoriya tackled Aizawa in a hug. "I'm coming with you?" "I thought that was a given already. But Aren't the two of us gonna be too much of a burden? Midoriya asked, and Dash? Don't be silly. It's not a burden if I want to take you in. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Go get packing before I'm forced to go up there myself. In the end, because Midoriya was still clinging to Aizawa like a koala, and Shinso seemed to still be processing what had happened and just what was going on, Aizawa had dragged the both of them to their room. He was in complete disbelief when it only took them a few minutes to take out a few sets of clothing, Midoriya's uniforms. Heck, it took them longer to clear up all the scrap metal, tools and other random items that were strewn about the room, and he was completely infuriated that the two kids only had 3 bags of stuff between them. Grab your stuff. Let's go. He was bringing them home, and then they were going shopping. With Yamada. He hated shopping, and Yamada was a riot at malls, but he knew he had no sense of taste, and without Yamada pushing them to actually get stuff, both kids would be way too shy to actually ask for something. As he walked back to his home, Midoriya and Shinso were oddly silent. You. Okay? Aizawa turned back, concerned. But, do you want to take us in? He wasn't expecting that question from Shinso. What? Shinso looked up at Aizawa seriously, and clung to Midoriya's arm nervously as he continued. Adults don't like me. My mom didn't want me. People don't like Aizu. His mom didn't care about him. Aizu was the only one who ever cared. So why? Why do you care so much? It was words like that struck Aizawa right in the heart, reminding him why he wanted to take them in so much. It reminded him that Shinso wasn't just a child who had been kidnapped, but had also suffered since he was a baby for a quirk he didn't ask for. Midoriya was a kid forced to mature far too soon, too young. Aizawa bent down to wipe away the tears that were welling up. Hitoshi, just because most adults don't care, doesn't mean all of them don't care. I care. Hisashi cares. Was just unfortunate that you ended up with people who didn't want to love you too. I can assure you that neither of us are gonna be like them and abandon you. We won't leave unless you ask us to. Okay? I know you won't be able to forget how you were treated by everyone else, but we won't let that happen ever again, okay? With a stifle and a small nod, Aizawa gave a small smile. Do you want me to carry you? Shinso looked hesitantly at Midoriya, who just looked relieved and tired and mouthed at him, your choice. He turned back to Aizawa, and nodded, and the pro-hero just picked the small kid up, and placed him on his shoulders. Shinso leaned forward, and Aizawa grabbed his legs to prevent him from falling. Midoriya sped up, walking right next to Aizawa, and Shinso gave a small squeal in delight as he reached down from his elevated vantage point to run his hand through Midoriya's hair. It wasn't long before they dissolved into some silly conversation again, and Aizawa just sighed internally. These kids needed to heal, and Aizawa was gonna do his best to help them. Notes. So, I checked on the votes and gods they are close. I recompiled them, and those with more than 20% of the votes are here and are more fleshed out. http://www.easypolls.net/poll.html P5D19134B0256110E. You guys are free to join my Discord server as well, for announcements and votings OWO. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Chapter 23, Feather. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Shopping with Yamada was torture. Adding Kayama made it about 100 times worse. But it was a sacrifice that Aizawa was willing to make. Yamada and Kayama had literally dragged the two confused boys to the mall, Aizawa tagging behind quietly. They pushed them into a clothes shop, and Midoriya and Shinso could only watch in bewilderment as they dumped shirt after shirt, breathes after breathes into their arms. Aizawa was carrying the clothes selected for Shinso, before pushing them into the fitting room. Aizawa had no idea how many times he had to use his quirk on Yamada cause he was squealing so loudly. It took them around an hour to try them all on, and then another half an hour full of protests from Shinso and Midoriya arguing that they didn't need so many sets of clothing and they were already being enough of a burden on the three adults before they came to a compromise and let Midoriya and Shinso buy the few shirts that they liked instead of the whole mountain of clothing. Aizawa did secretly grab a few more that he, Yamada and Kayama agreed looked good, and bought them behind the two kids' backs. His scarf and baggy jumpsuit were very good for hiding shopping bags. Yamada had already gotten the dimensions of the room they had cleared for the two boys, but it was small. The most they could fit was a twin bed, and they were honestly thinking of getting a double-decker bed, which was, again, met with protests. They settled for the twin bed and a closet before they headed back. They happened to pass by a store that sold hero merchandise, and Yamada literally pushed them inside as they protested in embarrassment when he caught them looking at the store in interest. They ended up spending a few minutes browsing the shop, and then Shinso turned to Aizawa and tugged on his arm. "Where's your stuff?" "Oh, shows an underground hero, so no one has really seen him before." Yamada ruffled his head, trying to avoid the surprised and sad eyes on Shinso's face. It's better for his job. It's easier for him if he isn't recognized or widely known. Midoriya looked disappointed too, though he didn't say it vocally, and he understood exactly why there wasn't any Eraserhead merch. When they happened to walk past a store that sold heavily discounted hoodies, it immediately caught Midoriya's attention. That was the only time that Midoriya asked for something: 2 gray hoodies, 2 black hoodies, and a roll of yellow cloth from a craft shop that happened to be located right next to the shop they were in. The adults were confused, Shinso as well, but Midoriya just leaned down, whispered something in his ear, and Shinso grinned and they high-fived. Aizawa just looked at them, not knowing what was going on, but the idea of getting those stuff seemed to make them happy, so they all just relented, getting a hoodie of each color in both Shinso and Midoriya sizes. Shinso and Midoriya had a lot of fun setting up their new furniture. Originally, the 3 pro heroes were supposed to set up the bed and the closet while the 2 kids explored the rest of the house, but none of their skills lay in building furniture. As much as they could kick villain arses and teach rowdy teenagers English or modern art literature, they could not, for the heck of them, figure out how to decipher the instruction manual. Midoriya had snatched the manual right out of their hands, and before they even figured out what was going on, Midoriya was already holding the base together and Shinso was sticking the screws into the correct places. It didn't take them long to assemble the bed frame, with Kayama finally giving up on deciphering the manual and just listened to Midoriya's instructions as he screwed the screws in firmly, a few more other screws in Shinso's grasp. It didn't take long for the 2 boys to settle in, and Aizawa just sighed as he put on a movie after Kayama left to go home, and huddled with his problem children that knew how to make grenades and transforming gauntlets but had never used a DVD player before. After the movie, Midoriya and Shinso looked tired, but they were still energetically chatting with Yamada about the movie, and Aizawa just switched off the television and slumped into his bedroom, throwing himself on the bed roughly, drifting off to sleep as the chattering of his 3 other housemates filled his head. Aizawa woke up in the middle of the night, his throat parched, and he unwillingly pushed himself off the bed and stumbled to the kitchen. He ignored the light on the floor. In fact, he was glad that there was light so he wouldn't stub his foot on something as he made his way to get water, instead of wondering why someone was still up at this time. After downing the glass of water and rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he made his way back to his room, and stopped at the room that had light peeking out from under the door. Midoriya and Shinso's room. He put his ear to the door, and hearing nothing, he gently pushed it open, wincing as his vision was blasted with light. He squinted, and let his eyes adjust to the change in light, before blinking at the sight before him. Some black, yellow and gray were strewn on the ground, scissors on the bed, and a set of needles and thread lay on the sheets. He looked around, trying to find where his problem children were, and finally, after a few minutes of looking around the room, he finally found them. They were tucked in a corner of the room. Midoriya had his back pressed against the wall, lying on his arm in a position that did not look comfortable, and that meant a lot coming from Aizawa, a man who sometimes just fell asleep in the weirdest places in the most awkward positions. Shinso was curled up in a ball, sleeping on Midoriya's arm, and the older had his arm draped protectively around the younger's body. Aizawa carefully made his way into the room, pushing all the cloth to the side, and cleared the bed of all its hazards, before depositing them in a small bag on top of the cloth. He gently lifted his kids up, making sure that both of them were secure in his arms before laying them down on the bed. He tucked a pillow under Midoriya's head, and Midoriya let out a small grunt. The pro hero paused, worried he had woken the boy who looked like he had never gotten a good night's rest, but Midoriya just turned his head and wrapped his other arm around Shinso, who just let out a purr and burrowed himself deeper into Midoriya's embrace. Aizawa draped the blanket over the duo and exited the room, yawning. What is going on? Yamada mumbled as he rubbed his eyes. He could hear footsteps, and he sat up, before making his way to the door and wrenching it open. At the very same time, a very groggy Aizawa was standing in his own doorway. The door of the room between theirs was open. Must be the kids. Aizawa yawned, before he made his way to the living room. What are you two doing? Yamada had picked his phone up on his way out. He could not get back to sleep in the mornings once he had woken up, so he was just going to make himself some breakfast, maybe watch a few more movies with the kids and sleep during one of the boring ones. Cleaning? Midoriya's voice rang out. Yamada took a quick peek at his phone. It's 6 in the morning. Why are you even up? Force of habit. Sorry? He made his way to the living room and found Shinso standing on a chair, wiping the table as Midoriya swept the floor. But that wasn't what caught Yamada's attention. What caught his attention was what the two kids were wearing. Both of them were wearing what looked like the hoodies they had bought yesterday. Except it was different. The bottom half of the hoodie, most of the hood itself, and the sleeves were black, but the upper chest portion of the hoodies and a bit of the hood were gray. Yamada could make out a bit of yellow on the hood, but frankly, without their morning coffee, neither of the heroes could make head or tails of anything. So, is today matching day and I missed the memo? He blearily asked, as he made his way to the kitchen to work the coffee maker, and Aizawa just plopped down on the table. Midoriya and Shinso waited patiently for Yamada to finish making the coffee, pass Aizawa his cup, and for them to start drinking the coffee to let the caffeine start running through the systems. Cafe latte and dark espresso? Midoriya asked. Yes, actually. How did you know? Yamada replied. I saw you work the coffee machine. You weren't in there though. I know the placement of the buttons on the machine. Okay, so is there a reason you two fell asleep on the floor last night? Aizawa groaned, nursing his cup of coffee. Yup. Midoriya and Shinso both grinned, and Midoriya subtly gestured at Yamada to get his phone ready, before they both pulled their hoods on, revealing the yellow goggles that were expertly stitched onto the hoodie, allowing both of them to immediately make the connection. We made him. The expression on Aizawa's face was priceless, and Yamada was glad that he was able to snap a few pictures. He was staring at the two boys, unblinking, not even reacting as Yamada waved his hand in front of his face. Hello? Earth to Shoyuda? The piles of cloth actually made sense to Aizawa now. The two colored hoodies, the needles, the scissors, the thread. And Aizawa couldn't even see the seams on the attached cloth. Aizawa finally reacted when a black cat decided to lie on his head, and he swatted her away. Kitty! Shinso yelled, and the cat turned to look at him curiously. Aizawa picked her up off the table and onto the ground, and she walked towards Shinso cautiously. That is Kuro. Kuro, that is Shinso Hitoshi. You know introducing him to Kuro is useless, right? She never listens. Yamada grumbled. Izuku, what's your phone number? You already have my phone number though? Midoriya replied, as Shinso flopped on the floor to get at eye level with Kuro. That's your Akatani number. And wasn't that phone smashed when you were? You know? Right? Midoriya started reciting his normal phone number off the top of his head, as Aizawa watched the cat and the toddler have a small staring contest, both staring at each other unblinking. Alright. Added you. And sent. Yamada declared, looking proud of himself, and Aizawa turned away from his younger kid to look at his vibrating phone. You had to send that, did you? Aizawa hissed with an accusatory tone, before he swiped and looked at the picture of Midoriya and Shinso looking at him victoriously, donning their self-made eraser head hoodies. He tapped a few buttons on his screen, and Yamada knew he was going to find every single opportunity possible to show off his new phone wallpaper to their colleagues. Aizawa straightened up, before he made his way to his room, before coming out a few minutes later with something in his hand. He crouched down in front of Shinso, distracting him from Kuro. He quickly clipped the metal chain around Shinso's neck, letting the shiny little feather hang from the chain. We found this on you, but it was pretty badly dented. Power Loader fixed it up. It seemed important. Shinso squealed when he realized what it was, and quickly smiled. Aiza made it for my birthday. He said he'll save me and he did. Kuro quickly leapt into his lap, and Aizawa could only smile as he stood up and ruffled Midoriya's hair. The boy looked so happy and so sad at the same time that he was about to cry, and he quickly wiped his tears away before crouching down and cuddling the toddler. Aizawa could literally picture them as birds. Baby birds that wanted to fly, but had their wings clipped. But their flight feathers were finally growing, and Aizawa was going to do his best to help them soar. Notes. Read Chapter 8 again for some context. Polls are still open, but I figured out how to deal with the tie. http://www.easypolls.net/poll.html P5D19134B025610E. You guys are free to join my Discord server as well, for announcements and votings OWO. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Chapter 24, Hosu. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The entire weekend went without a hitch, and Aizawa was back in UA on Monday to finish up some paperwork. Shinso and Midoriya were left in the staff room, since all the other teachers wanted to go through what Midoriya missed, but it was apparent that Midoriya was ahead. He went through another test set by ectoplasm with no problems, had a very long tirade about the other literature book Ishiyama had gone through in class, not to mention that Kayama felt he was perfectly fine in modern hero art history from their debate in the previous lesson. All that was left was the heroics lessons, something that Aizawa himself was going to deal with. Nizu had ended up sending Midoriya to the support course, to see if he wanted to work with them on his support gear, and Midoriya had already dashed off, Shinso hot on his heels. Does anyone want to explain the matching hoodies? Snipe asked. I don't think Midnight or Mike would choose matching clothes for them. Self-made eraser had merch. Yamada grinned, made him so flustered on Saturday. You should have seen his face. Shut up. Aizawa groaned, shoving Yamada lightly to the side as the voice hero laughed. Lunchtime came rolling by, and Maijima had called Aizawa to come save him. Aizawa just sighed, pocketed his phone, before making his way to the support department. What did Problem Child do now? He groaned, taking Shinso from the other hero's grasp as he laughed at the chaos. Maijima pointed at where Midoriya and Hatsum were. Standing, yelking as they tinkered with some of the things Aizawa recognized as from Midoriya's room. I think I may want to be a hero. So I can show off all my babies and promote Hatsum Industries. Yeah. And make something to enhance your Zoom quirk. You can be an underground hero. But an underground hero doesn't get enough attention for me to pass the wrench, advertise them. Plus you can test drive your own inventions on the spot. She wants to be a hero now? Aizawa asked in disbelief. Hatsum, the girl who literally strapped support items on Tensei's little brother and used him as an advertisement before disqualifying herself? Yes. She's a good student, but she has way too much energy to spare. And she blows everything up. She has the potential to be an awesome support item developer, and I honestly think being a hero, and knowing the limits and other problems they face firsthand can help her tremendously. Maijima sighed. She does have potential. As long as she doesn't disqualify herself again. Aizawa sighed. Why was he doing this? Nizu agrees that if she wasn't so hung up on being an inventor, she would make a great hero, and now she thinks like this? I'll think about it. He walked over to Midoriya, ignoring the blowtorch in his hands, before he picked him up by the collar and dragged him out of the room. Alright, here's the plan. Monday to Wednesday, you're with the support class. You fix your gear. You were supposed to finish up all the lesson stuff you missed, but you're fine according to the other teachers, so that's that. On Thursday we're going to Hosu to meet up with Ingenium and Ida. Mick's coming with us as well for some radio show. And while I don't think you need to go through the heroics course to pick up what you missed, I'm gonna spend Friday catching you up. Then we come back here. Got it? Some students, especially those from the general education, were just staring in complete disbelief as the erasure hero carried the supposed demon of Muzutafu by the collar like a cat as he chattered cheerfully with the other child in his arms as he dragged them to the staff room. Show! Kayama immediately pounced on them. Midoriya asked in confusion as Aizawa released him and placed Shinso on the floor. She grabbed his hood and yanked it over his face. Hey! Oh my god. Guys, come look. She screeched, and several teachers, like Snipe, Ectoplasm, and 13 turned when Kayama started yelling. Shinso proudly pulled down his own hood, and Aizawa just sighed and face-bombed as Kayama fussed over the two kids. Oh, this is why you want those 4 hoodies and yellow cloth. She grinned, and the seams are so well done. Do you patch up your own clothes? Yeep. Midoriya replied, I also stitch my own injuries up. What the heck do you stitch yourself with? Normal sewing thread sterilized with rubbing alcohol? Midoriya still looked genuinely confused. After it heals, I just pull the thread out and the small wounds heal after a day or two. Kayama fell silent, and Midoriya nervously asked, Is that wrong? You are aware that there is a specific kind of thread that doctors use to stitch wounds, right? Especially when stitching ligaments or muscles back together. They dissolve, so there is no need to remove them. Midoriya looked surprised. Really? That sounds really awesome. Are they made specifically for the patients with their DNA like in the platelet-rich plasma treatments that they inject into joint, or is it just made of proteins and nutrients and dash? Can I just ask how the heck he knows all that? Ishiyama asked. Midoriya paused before replying, the internet, the library, and studying a lot. I'm not even gonna question how many injuries you got to make you do so much research. He shoved a plate of sandwiches at the two kids, courtesy of Lunch Rush. I know you don't eat much, but you really need to start eating normal amounts of food. And that does not mean eating a plate worth of food for an entire day. Midoriya just pouted as he chewed on a sandwich and was about to say something when Aizawa cut him off. And no, you don't need to get a part-time job to pay for it. But we're staying in your house, eating your food, using your water and electricity, shouldn't we dash? Oh. You don't owe anyone anything, Izuku. But it's not fair for you dash. We're adults and we have jobs. You're a student. You don't have to do it. Me being a student doesn't mean anything. I'm still capable of doing my share dash. For God's sake, Izuku, just stop worrying about everything. It's not your responsibility. It is my responsibility as a house guest. Snipe and Ectoplasm shook their heads. No wonder Aizawa called him a problem child all the time. He was way too stubborn for his own good. Wait, a house guest? Aizawa blinked. Am I wrong? Midoriya asked, confused. Didn't Nizu talk to you? Alright, the papers are finalized. Nizu chucked as he strolled out of his office with perfect timing. He clambered onto a chair and slammed 2 pieces of paper and a pen in front of the two kids. Because of your circumstances, you were both placed in the custody of UA for the time being. We already worked it out with the police and the government officials. Once you sign this, you're officially under Aizawa's custody. Yamada and Aizawa hissed internally. The principal had been playing them. No wonder they thought they were just house guests. Nizu was supposed to tell them that morning. So, he's gonna be our dash. Your guardian. Pretty much your dad. Nizu chuckled. No one was prepared for the incoherent screeching that came from the former vigilante and his little brother. Did you have to? Aizawa complained, seeing his two kids staring at him, then at Nizu, then at Yamada, before repeating the C-whistle again as they tried, and seemingly failed to process what Nizu said. You broke them. I merely told the truth, Aizawa. Nizu grinned at him mockingly. Also, do I need to mention that you also wanted to adopt Midoriya twice as himself and as Akatani? Aizawa just groaned in exasperation as Midoriya launched himself at him, wrapping him up in a hug while Shinso just looked at Midoriya and Aizawa, laughing. Yamada scooped him up and stuffed him into Aizawa's arms, and Aizawa just stood there awkwardly holding a child and having the other clinging to him like a koala. Hatsum and Midoriya were banned from the support classroom by Wednesday, according to Maijima. They had, in total, blown up 7 doors, 3 of which were on purpose to test out their gear, destroyed 20 workbenches, broke 15 power drills. How they did that, Maijima didn't know, melted a few blowtorches together by accident. Maijima was utterly confused by that, set off 12 staple guns and almost blew up the entire class once when they tried to test out one of Hatsum's power suits. In less than 3 days. Maijima was glad that Midoriya hadn't joined the support department in the beginning of the year, or they wouldn't even have a support department from all the damage they made. To be fair, Midoriya hadn't taken part in any of them except the testing of the suit. He was smart, had his own ideas, did his stuff perfectly and neatly, and that somehow set off that competitive spark in Hatsum to be better than him. And neither he nor Aizawa had any idea what kind of gear Midoriya's currently possessed. Maijima had looked at his blueprints, but they were so messy, and the entire thing was written in some sort of code that he couldn't decipher it. Hatsum wasn't able to decipher the messily scrawled drawings, but she didn't know what was written as well. The only one who was able to do it was Midoriya, and that was when they realized how cautious he was with his designs. He had dipped the entire thing in water, much to the surprise and shock of the entire support department, and Maijima was about to call him out for destroying his work when he realized that the paper was peeling into two. He fished out the blueprints and carefully pulled the 2 sheets of paper, revealing a properly drawn arm bracers with retractable knives that could be shot out and a built-in bioelectric-powered taser, or was it a flamethrower? The whole thing was still in code, so Maijima was just guessing at this point, and who knew what other stuff? What? You think I'm dumb enough to leave blueprints like this lying around in my house? Midoriya exclaimed, horrified when questioned by one of the other students. By that point, Maijima was already considering about asking Ishiyama to build a new, underground bunker for the chaotic duo. On their way to Hosu, Aizawa could see what may be additional support gear. He was still wearing his eraser head hoodie, along with Shinso, but that was not all. His had some sort of metal cover on his shoes, along with metallic arm bracers with black fingerless gloves, but knowing Midoriya, he probably had 10 knives in his pockets, along with 5 retractable staffs. They were supposed to be wearing casual clothes, but Aizawa wanted to see if he was able to walk around with all his gear, while still being inconspicuous, seeing as his idea for a hero costume was literally just a green hoodie, long baggy track breathes, and his belt for all his knickknacks. The only difference between his hero outfit and his current outfit was the hoodie. Aizawa could only sigh as they sat on the train, Midoriya and Shinso looking intrigued out the window as they passed city after city, and Yamada talked his ear off. It was evening by the time they got there, and they were supposed to meet Tensei after his patrol with Ida, so they just decided to explore the city. Midoriya, apparently, knew Hosu inside out, even better than Aizawa or Yamada did. He knew the back alleys, the main roads, and the fastest ways to get from one place to another, in both safe and dangerous routes, without needing a map at all. Have you been here before? Aizawa asked. I thought you lived in Mizudafu for your entire life. I visited before. Midoriya replied, and since this was one of the places they were seen, if I couldn't find him in Mizudafu I would have checked here as well. Suddenly, a large hulking figure bashed through a building, and everyone turned to stare at the hulking figure. Another one? Midoriya yelped. Right before their eyes stood a black muscled figure, with blue breathes, shin guards, and one exposed brain. Izuku, get out of here with Hitoshi. Aizawa hissed as Yamada yelled and blasted some debris to dust. See if you can call Nizu and tell him what's going on. These things aren't coming out of nowhere. Midoriya immediately picked Shinso up and started running, dodging more debris as Aizawa and Yamada tried to handle the Nomu. He wanted to turn back, to help them take the monstrous beast down, but he couldn't risk putting Shinso in more danger. He happened to run past an alley and heard people talking. Maybe they didn't know about the Nomus. It seemed like they hadn't reached this area yet. A bunch of other heroes, as far as he had seen, were helping Aizawa and Yamada take the Nomu out, and he had seen Enji roasting another one with Todoroki at his side. If so, then he needed to warn them on the possible imminent danger. Midoriya ran into the alley. Ida could only stare in horror as he stood in front of Tensei, looking at the scene in front of him. Native was lying on the ground, still breathing, but unmoving, and a man stood over him, sword in hand. Stain. Tensei hissed. He clutched his wrist, where he could still feel the phantom ache from his last encounter with the villain. It was the day of the sports festival, and Stain had surprised him and missed hacking his head off. The villain did end up breaking his wrist, before leaving a cryptic message of, "There's someone who really likes you. You're lucky, I guess," before he disappeared into the inky darkness, leaving Tensei wondering just what the heck was going on. Ingenium. Akaguro regarded him dryly. I didn't think we'd meet again, at least, not so soon. Get Here. Native coughed, spitting out some blood. Akaguro placed his katana at his neck, and Tensei moved in to intervene. Leave him alone. Tensei hissed as Ida stood behind him, tensed up, unsure of how to act or proceed. I spared you once. I will not spare you again. Akaguro hissed, and before either of them could move, a stab in Tensei's leg opened up, courtesy of Akaguro, and one lick left Tensei falling to the ground, paralyzed. Ida snapped out of it. Hey? A child? I do not target children. Get out of here. Akaguro hissed, as if he had just noticed Ida. In actuality, he had seen him since the beginning, but he was so quiet, so stiff, that Akaguro nearly forgot he was there until he spoke up. I can't do that. I'm a hero in training. I cannot simply let you assault people and just leave. Ida hissed, rearing up his engines to attack. Tenya. No. Tensei yelled, go. We'll be fine. Despite his brother's warning, Ida shot forwards, but Akaguro merely dodged out of the way, and slammed his foot into Ida's back, pinning him to the ground. By all means stay. Akaguro sneered, raising his katana. You know you can't beat me. Not without help. Instead of trying to get other heroes here to help, you let yourself be clouded by emotions and you attacked, not even thinking of getting me away from him lest I attack him again. Ida hissed, as Akaguro raised his katana, plunging it into Ida's shoulder, before liking it. Tenya. Tensei yelling, leave him alone, Stain. He's still a kid. People don't change, ingenium. Akaguro sighed. He will grow up to be the very kind of hero that destroys this city. He raised his katana again, until he was interrupted by a shout. Hey, guys. There's some really nasty villains coming. You might want to... The voice cut itself off, and Akaguro looked up, his eyes meeting the oddly familiar green eyes that he could not place. Shoot. Midoriya cursed, Shinso in his grasp. Toshi, get out of here. Call Zawa. Actually, call everyone. Midoriya hissed as he ordered, subtly pushing his phone into Shinso's smaller hands and placed him behind him, away from Akaguro. Shinso responded immediately, racing out of the alley around the corner. Midoriya recognized the quirk. The outfit had changed, but the voice, the quirk, the eyes, they were all too similar. Stendhal? Midoriya yelped, why are you? Since when? Why dash? He heard the boy's voice, and it finally clicked. Akatani. Tensei and Native tensed up when they heard the name, and Akaguro saw it. Made a name for yourself, huh? Good job scaring everyone at the sports festival, kid. Thank you, but also your little stunt after. Midoriya straightened his back. Yeah. Midoriya. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. Ida yelled, and Shinso dashed. Midoriya took that opportunity to lunge at Akaguro. It didn't hurt him, but it did startle him enough to make some distance between him and the downed heroes, before shooting forward again, knife in. Akaguro dodged it, swerving to the side, and slashed at Midoriya, but Midoriya parried the attack, smashing the back of his foot into Akaguro's blades. Midoriya hissed as he was sent skidding back. He was fast, yes, but his speed was being severely hindered by his new gear. It was all metal and moving parts, and while they were lightweight, he was unused to the weight. At this rate, it was going to be a repetition of the fight he had with the villains before he managed to find Shinso. Given that Akaguro was only slightly faster than Midoriya, and luckily for him, his smaller stature made him a smaller target, and he knew how to read people so well that he was able to keep up with Akaguro based on the slightest twitching of his muscles. He sensed the heat behind him, and he quickly swerved to the side to avoid the flames that blasted into the alleyway. Todoroki? Ida yelled, eyes widening in shock upon seeing his other classmate. Got a message from Midoriya, and then I saw the kid standing outside. Really, Midoriya? Todoroki sighed. Hey, it wasn't my idea to take a mini vacation to Hosu and end up here. Midoriya retorted. By the way, separate Native. He's injured. Ingenium and Ida are paralyzed by Stendhal's quirk. Don't let him ingest your blood. They should be up in about 5 minutes since they both have the B blood type. It took Todoroki to realize that when Midoriya said Stendhal, he meant Stain, and just sighed, freezing the ground and creating a barrier between Native and Akaguro. The villain jumped to dodge the ice, and leapt off the wall, nearly colliding with Midoriya had he not dodged. Todoroki tried to blast him with ice, pushing him back as he carefully created an ice slide to move the downed hero away from the battle. Alright, I told Endeavor. They should be here soon. Akaguro grumbled internally. They knew his quirk, so that surprise factor was gone. Despite it being several years since he last saw Midoriya, Midoriya was still able to read him, and he had improved from the scrawny, overly excited child he had met that day. He may not be fighting at his full potential, given that he had to not only read him, but Todoroki as well, and Ida and Tensei once they were up and running again. Akaguro leapt forward, and Todoroki put up an ice pillar to block him, and sent out a blast of fire as Akaguro swiftly dodged to the side. Akaguro leapt over the flames, but he was forced to block a blow from Midoriya and was kicked back. Akaguro slashed the ice pillar, and kicked it towards them. Midoriya was able to dodge the ice shards, but Todoroki was a step too slow, and a sharp shard slashed a thin cut across his cheek. Akaguro threw a blade at Midoriya, forcing him to dodge, and he used the opportunity to get in close to Todoroki, tongue lashing out to lick the blood dripping from his cut. Todoroki's fire blazed to life, and Akaguro jumped back fast enough to dodge as Todoroki attempted to roast him. Todoroki hastily put up an ice wall, ice forming and flaring out in Akaguro's direction, trying to catch his breath from the close encounter with the villain. Wait, don't dash. Akaguro slashed the humongous ice wall to shreds. Blocking your view against a faster opponent is foolish. Akaguro grinned, as he threw two knives in Todoroki's direction, but Midoriya quickly smacked them away. Akaguro lunged forward, but Midoriya caught the blade on his knife and parried, kicking Akaguro back, leaping to the side as Todoroki's ice flared out as he attempted to freeze Akaguro. Tensei let out a small groan as he felt his muscles twitch. He's too fast and can avoid my fire and ice. You're dealing with his blades, and I can't leave myself open. We should avoid close combat and wait for the pros. Todoroki breathed. I thought you were faster than this. New gear weighing me down. Midoriya grunted, hauling Tensei to his feet. He had sensed him making some movement under all his armor, from all the noise he was making, and it wouldn't be long before the turbo hero was ready to roll. Todoroki quickly put up an ice wall, but Akaguro slashed it apart again, weaving through the hastily made ice shards that were popping up from the ground. He snarled, "You're being careless, child. You're relying too much on your quirk. That's how the quirkless brat was able to beat you." "Wait, Tensei gasped, and Midoriya snapped, "Not the time, Ingenium." He lunged forwards at the dual elemental user, his katana inching closer to Todoroki's chest. Tensei shot forward, nailing Akaguro in the chest and sent him skidding back. Ida found that he could get up, and quickly pushed himself up, before lunging and kicking Akaguro further back even more. "N it, you kids," Tensei sighed. "He's after Ida and I'd get out of here. Now." "He's not giving me an opening to do that." Todoroki growled, blasting more fire in Akaguro's direction that the villain dodged with ease. He crouched under another blast of fire, and shot forward, only to be intercepted by Midoriya again. They were both in a stalemate, interrupted when Midoriya ducked, and Ida leapt over him, nailing Akaguro in the face. "I'm sorry. Instead of finding help like you did, I let my emotions cloud my judgment, and now you three are involved." Ida apologized. Tensei was confused because he saw two kids, but brushed it off. He could count properly later. A person's essence doesn't change so easily. There's no use trying to act reformed for appearance's sake. You're just a fake that acts on your emotions and selfish desires. Akaguro hissed, letting his murderous intent out. Tensei flinched, and Ida and Todoroki froze in their tracks, the oppressive presence pushing on them and making it hard to breath. It was familiar. Midoriya merely grinned, and dashed forward, slashing through the oppressive presence like a hot knife through butter, managing to get close enough for Akaguro to focus on him and dropped his presence. Midoriya, in turn, let his own aura flare out, and smashed Akaguro in the face. Akaguro blocked the hit. "You actually listened to me, brat. Not bad. I could actually feel that. You know it's useless against me. I was the one who taught you that. I'm not dumb, Stendhal." Or should I start calling you Stain now? Tensei rushed out, aiming a kick at Akaguro's side. The villain dodged the attempt, but the pro-hero pivoted on his heel, kicking him aside. He rushed forward again, but Akaguro dodged it and attempted to behead him, leaving Tensei with no choice but to fall back. Something changed now. He wants to kill them before the pros come, Todoroki stated, sensing the shift, all the while constantly bombarding Akaguro with fire and ice. Focus! Midoriya yelled, jumping in front of Ida as Akaguro leapt up from behind the column of fire, aiming a knife at the younger Ida. Midoriya promptly slashed the knife away, and pushed Ida away when a barrage of blades flew in their direction. Todoroki hissed, and shot more fire, forcing Akaguro to fall back again to dodge. He jumped high into the air, using the ledges to climb higher, before he dived down. Ida and Tensei both fired up their engines, and leapt upwards as Akaguro charged down the wall. A knife flew past Akaguro, thrown by Midoriya, forcing him to dodge midair, and Ida's foot collided with his side. He twisted to attack back, not noticing Tensei behind him, who slammed his own foot harshly into Akaguro's back. Blood spurted from his mouth, before he was instantly roasted with fire, courtesy of Todoroki. He immediately put up an ice wall, catching Ida, Tensei and Akaguro before they hit the ground. Be careful. He might get up again. Todoroki breathed from using his quirks so much in such a short period of time. I think he's passed out from that. Hopefully, Ida groaned, looking up towards the hero killer, who was lying on his stomach on an ice extension and hanging there like some kind of broken doll. I'll restrain him. I have some cable ties with him. Tensei sighed. Help me take all his weapons too. You think cable ties will hold him? He can cut through rock and ice with no problem, and you want to use itty-bitty weak plastic cable ties? Midoriya raised an eyebrow, the only one who wasn't winded, as a small figure leapt onto him. Aizu! Toshi! Tensei's heart melted as Todoroki and Ida helped Native up after picking knife after blade after knife out of Akaguro's pockets, hidden pockets, and why did he have a knife in his shoe? Just how? Why? Was it magic? Or some random plot hole that no one was going to be bothered with patching up? Midoriya grabbed hold of Shin so firmly as Shinso latched himself onto Midoriya. I was so scared. I pressed the location button thingy and sent it. Then Roki came over and you guys were awesome and boom and fwoosh and blam. Tensei secured the villain and checked the bindings to make sure they were tight. I'm sorry. I was in the way this entire time. Native apologized. I don't think you could have done anything when you were one-on-one against him, Todoroki replied as he supported the hero, the four of us against him, while he was making mistakes, and we still barely won. He was rushing to finish the fight, and couldn't dodge their attacks as easily in midair as he could on the ground. Let's get him to the police, Tensei stated, and maybe a quick checkup. Then we'll... You three. For... Izuku? Izuku? Where are you? They exited the alleyway, seeing a panicking Yamada and a very slightly nervous Aizawa, looking around. Aizawa-sensei. Mike-sensei. Midoriya waved, and Aizawa rushed over. You idiot. I told you to get away. Then I get coordinates from you and... Is that Stain? Yamada shrieked. I was gonna run. Then I heard noises and thought there were people here and I decided to warn them about the Nomus. I wasn't even expecting to run into him. Midoriya protested. You really are a problem child. Aizawa groaned. Oh, Shoyuta. Hizashi. Tensei grinned. We were supposed to meet, weren't we? Aizawa pinched his nose and exhaled. Yes. Then this entire thing happened. You guys aren't dying. Are you? Yamada asked, already taking his phone out to call the ambulance. You look horrible, Native. Broken ribs. Maybe punctured stomach. But not on the verge of dying yet. Native coughed. What are you talking about? We're always dying. Every second we live, we have one less second to live. He was promptly wrapped up in Aizawa's capture weapon. Izuku, stop it. You're insufferable. Midoriya grinned. That's my speciality. That and kicking butt and dash. Swear. Shinso yelled. Midoriya glared at him with a mock-betrayed expression. And you? Aizawa shoved his finger into Tensei's chest, Why did you let them fight? Or continue to fight? Do you have any idea how stubborn they are? Tensei defended himself, and I was paralyzed when Midoriya and Todoroki came. And they were the ones who were able to fend off Stain for much longer. They were interrupted when the rest of the pro heroes finally arrived. Endeavor said there was a request for help here. Children? I'll call an ambulance. But isn't that Stain? A bit late, aren't they? Midoriya clicked his tongue in annoyance. You're the winner of UA's sports festival, aren't you? From the general education course. What are you doing here? The blonde hero asked. Midoriya eyebrow twitched. He transferred into the hero course. Aizawa replied, we actually brought him here to talk with Ingenium, but then this Nomu thing happened and he just happened to be caught in the crossfire. Midoriya frowned. Something felt wrong. Native was being sent to the hospital, and they were currently checking on Todoroki and Tensei. Ida's checkup was done, and he was standing next to Izuku with his shoulder bandaged up. Everything was going right. So why did he? A loud screech filled the air, and he immediately looked up, searching for the source of the noise. He knew it. He recognized it. A Nomu. Get down. Midoriya yelled, shoving Shinso into Ida's arms and pushed the blonde hero to the ground. The yellow Nomu caught Midoriya in its talons instead and took to the sky. Notes. The polls on the previous chapter is still open, but it's already been dealt with and future votes will not have any effect on the ending. You guys are free to join my Discord server as well, for announcements and more voting such as what fix to update, which new fix to write, and other small events and games OWO. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Chapter 25, Stained. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Shinso could only stare in horror from Ida's arms at the Nomu that had Midoriya caught in its talons, before he managed to process what was going on. Aizu! He screeched, and it took all of Ida's energy to hold him with his uninjured hand to prevent him from running off. For God's sake, put me down! Midoriya yelled, clenching his fist and activating the bracer on his arm. A long, sharpened blade expanded out of the side of the bracer, slicing through the Nomu's talons. It howled in pain, loosening its grip on Midoriya, allowing him to free his other arm and activate the other bracer, and with a harsh swing, it sliced through the Nomu's flesh like butter, hitting the bone. The Nomu released Midoriya, and he quickly retracted his blades, and flipped himself midair so he would fall on all fours. Aizu! Watch out! He heard Shinso shriek. He did not notice the Nomu looping back, charging at him with its other talon outstretched. Aizawa immediately leapt forward, activating his quirk, and the Nomu crashed into the ground, skidding from its momentum, screeching like a banshee. Midoriya landed, and stood up, confused, before he noticed Aizawa. You okay, Izuku? He asked, getting a yep, in return. The Nomu screeched, trashing about wildly, its talons slashing as it tried to get up, and Tensei and Yamada pulled everyone away before they could get claws sunk into them. Akaguro grumbled as he got the Nomu's blood on his face, and hissed as a talon nicked his arm, cutting into the cable tie. Lucky him. And the idiotic heroes had all the weapons tied up in a pile not too far from him. He broke free from his bindings and rushed forward, snagging a katana and 2 knives, and liked the blood off his face. The Nomu gave a pained screech, before laying still on the ground, still hissing and screeching. Akaguro immediately leapt on it, and gave it a nasty slash, right through its chest. He got out. Ida yelled, and everyone froze as Enji emerged from behind him. Why are you all in a group? The villain would have escaped. Things got a little rough. But isn't that Stain? Akaguro turned around from on top of the Nomu's corpse, and hissed, you fake! He let his aura flare out. The moon was red. It sat ominously behind the hero killer. Each step he took made everyone want to step back in fear. He didn't need his quirk, his force of will was strong enough to do that. I must make things right. Someone must be dyed in blood. I must take back what it means to be a hero. Come and try to get me, you fakes? Hell no. Midoriya hissed, lunging forward before Akaguro could get any closer to Enji. My friend works under him. He's not the best hero. Heck, I have no idea how he's number 2, but you can't kill him. Everyone collapsed, gasping from the release in pressure. T. Wasn't affected? Akaguro jumped backwards, avoiding the slash from Midoriya's knife, and lunged forward, twisting under another slash and made his own attack, that Midoriya barely dodged. He didn't expect a blade to fly past him, cutting his cheek. He looked at Midoriya, who was aiming his arm bracer at him, and he saw another blade emerge from the slightly opened-up compartment, like it was reloading. Get out of the way. You're not a target, Akaguro hissed, trying to avoid his own urge to lick the blood trickling down his cheek. I get that you want to change the hero society and stuff, but killing them does nothing. Midoriya protested, as the compartment on the bracer, as another set of blades popped out from the sides. Killing them just makes more heroes with the same mindset come out, who want to hunt you for glory. It's just a repeating cycle of killing, and it gets nowhere. Akaguro lunged as he was talking, but Midoriya parried, before twisting on his heel and nearly slamming it into his face had Akaguro not blocked it. Akaguro grinned. Still the same old you. You still hate killing, don't ya? No sheet. Midoriya charged and aimed a kick at him, which was blocked again, and Akaguro tried to smash his spiked boots into Midoriya's face, but the boy swerved out of the way and attempted to shoot him with another blade, which was smacked away. Get out of the way, kid. Enji yelled. You think Stain is going to let him disengage? Aizawa hissed as he watched Midoriya retract his blades as he landed in a handstand, swinging his legs and catching Akaguro off guard. He was watching Akaguro closely, as Akaguro managed to nick Midoriya with his knife and brought it to his lips. Nothing happened. Aizawa's hair was flared up, eyes glowing red. Ah, at least I see a hero using his brains. Akaguro grinned, dodging a kick from Midoriya that was followed up by a slash. I'm lucky. We're both tiring. And I don't have to worry about his quirk so much because of Aizawa. His quirk? Isn't he blood type B, like native? Midoriya caught sight of the blood trickling down Akaguro's face, getting closer and closer to his mouth. They kept up the parry for some time, but they could all see that both fighters were starting to tire from the previous fight, and from keeping up the high-intensity fight as they dodged, jumped, and lunged. Midoriya rushed at Akaguro, pulling a feint, but Akaguro saw through it and lashed out. Midoriya jumped back to dodge, landing on his hands, before he performed the same maneuver again, as Akaguro danced out of his reach. Or would have, if he had heard the faint clicking and the sound of gears moving. Two blades popped out from the sides of Midoriya's shoes, first moving outwards, before being shifted forwards and locking in place, and Midoriya managed to cut a nasty cut across Akaguro's cheek. The two were engaged in a graceful dance, lethal, with blades and sparks flying about as they jumped and pirouette, lashing out, jumping back, swerving back and forth to dodge. Their weapons clashed with deadly accuracy, sending sparks flying around. Akaguro leapt backwards, jumping off the roof of a car, and buried two knives in the ground where Midoriya was just standing a few seconds ago. Akaguro pulled his knives out, breathing as Midoriya rushed forwards again, blocking another set of slashes. Akaguro hissed. He was going to lose. He could beat Midoriya, but then the other pros would come after him once he was weakened and tired. If he wanted to get out, he was going to have to deal with Midoriya first for sure, but it would take way too much energy, given the boy's skill set. His aura wouldn't stun the boy either, but it would definitely help against the heroes, if he still had the energy at that point. He needed his blood, to use his quirk. To paralyze him long enough to escape. Akaguro rushed forward again. Midoriya caught the small grin on his face, and cheered internally. He had pushed Akaguro enough to think about focusing on using his quirk. How to use that against him? Everyone watched as they continued their dance, maneuvering around each other, attacking and defending. Akaguro lunged, Midoriya parried, he counterattacked, they dodged. Midoriya blocked another hit from Akaguro, just as Akaguro slashed with his knife, cutting off some of his hair. He wasn't as fast as before, neither of them were, but this display of sheer power and will was impressive. Knife against knife, blade against blade, kick for kick, Midoriya and Akaguro parried. Midoriya dodged a slash and rolled backwards, leaping away before he could get stabbed, and landed on a car. He jumped down, aiming a bladed kick in Akaguro's direction, but Akaguro caught the blade with his katana. Midoriya twisted his leg, putting pressure on the blade in just the right angle, and the gears started turning, trying to retract the blade. It clamped tightly onto the katana's blade, and Midoriya thanked God that he and Hatsum had decided to improve that part of his design. Akaguro had no idea what to do next. He was expecting Midoriya to push himself forward, or jump back, or attack. Not clamp his blade. Taking that opportunity, Midoriya grounded himself on the blade, and kicked Akaguro harshly on the cheek. Akaguro could feel a tooth come loose. Then the blood. The blood gushed out of the hole that missing tooth had created, landing on his tongue. Akaguro fell to the ground, hand loosening and releasing the katana. Midoriya fiddled with his shoes, releasing the blade, and retracting the blades properly. Ever were the smart one, weren't you? Akaguro chucked. Sorry, Stendhal. Midoriya sighed as he fell on his butt, breathing from the exertion. Sensei, we've got 8 minutes. Akaguro was promptly cuffed and knocked unconscious by one of the pros just to be safe. He was carted off to Tartarus as Aizawa moved in to check on Midoriya. The internet was flaring up again about Midoriya. The fight, the later part, had been broadcasted by a news helicopter. And now, everyone was dying to figure out just who Midoriya was, and what was his quirk. Any thoughts that he was quirkless was thrown out the window. After all, a quirkless student couldn't possibly take down Stain, right? People kept speculating what Midoriya's quirk was. A strength enhancer? Stamina? A subtle paralysis quirk that took time to work? Agility? Quick reflexes? Or maybe the blades on his arms and feet were actually his quirk and he was pretending to use support items to throw them off. Some thought that Midoriya was trained, even though he was in the general education course. Maybe his fighting style was better against humans than robots. Some even wondered if his family were secret ninjas or something, and thus he was able to keep a low profile for so long. They really were getting out of hand. But none of them were even coming close to the truth, so everyone let them be. They were doing all the misdirection for them. And Nizu was cackling as the forums burst with activity, reading 10 different hero forums at a time as he sipped on his tea. So, do we want to talk about this? Tensei asked. He was sitting in his office. Ida was sitting beside him, along with Midoriya, Shinso, Aizawa, Yamada, and Todoroki. Enji had scoffed, saying that Todoroki be ready for more training by the next day, to which Todoroki just shrugged. About what? Midoriya asked, as Shinso started chattering about how cool they were. I don't know. The fact that you're Akatani? Or that you're quirkless? Tensei asked. Aizawa got up defensively. How did you dash? Don't worry about it. Stain mentioned it during the fight. Midoriya said, do you have a problem with that? No, actually. Not really. I'm honestly just surprised that the two people who seem to be making the headlines these past few days are actually the same person. Tensei shrugged. Also, it explains why you're so close to him. Shinso turned to face Tensei and waved, hi. Shinso Hitoshi, Izuku's little brother. That's Ingenium, or Ida Tensei. Aizawa introduced, as Ida looked down at the table guiltily. Hey Ida, it's not your fault. Midoriya tried saying, but Ida just sighed, I was rash. Stain was right. I let my emotions get in the way. If you hadn't found us, if Shinso hadn't called for help, if Todoroki hadn't come to your aid, I fear the worst would have happened. Don't worry about it. Tensei grinned, it's a learning experience. Emotions are a fickle thing, and not everyone can have the same control over their emotions as those three. He pointed at Aizawa, Midoriya, and Todoroki. In fact, Shoyuta doesn't even have any emotions. I swear to God, Tensei. If the kids weren't here I would murder you and no one would find the body. Aizawa hissed. No murder, Aizawa. Murder is bad. Shinso stated. No fair. Why does Sho have a nickname? Yamada whined. Roki has a nickname too. I want a nickname too. Stop acting so childishly. Aizawa snapped. What are you? 10? There's actually some stuff I want to say, but we have a visitor. Hosu's chief of police, Kenji Tsuragami. Tensei said, as a dog-headed person entered the room. Ida and Todoroki shot to their feet, as Midoriya tried to stand up and put Shinso on the chair, and Kenji started talking. You're the UA student who brought down Stain, right? And you too helped before the others came along? Midoriya nodded. And that is the kid that you told to call for help. Shinso shyly moved to hide behind Midoriya, who nodded again. Regarding his arrest, he has burns and broken bones and is receiving treatment under strict guard. But they actually aren't that bad, considering he was brought down in the end by his own quirk and not by brute force. As UA students, I'm sure you know that when superpowers were still becoming the norm, the police attached high importance to leadership and standards to make sure quirks weren't used as weapons. And individuals used of force and power could easily kill others. Actions that would normally be appropriate to denounce, to be accepted officially, is thanks to the early heroes who follow the rules of the profession. Woof. Midoriya rolled his eyes and sighed. Yeah. You can't use quirks without a license, the same old song and dance. Look, he was trying to be polite. As far as I could tell, Ida's interference bought time for Native and Ingenium, or they both would have been killed. If I didn't interfere, all of them would have been killed. If Todoroki didn't interfere, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And don't you think of putting any of this on Hitoshi, because he never used his quirk, and I told him to call for help. You're saying we should follow the rules and let people get killed? No one knew the hero killer was gonna be there, taking down heroes in the Nomu chaos. His tone turned sarcastic. Are you saying that we should just sit back and watch them die? He growled. Is that what you guys want? Letting a heroes die because of some dumb rules? Forcing people to choose between self-defense or breaking the laws. He was silenced by a look by Aizawa, and Midoriya grumbled and stood down. Even against the hero killer, for uncertified individuals to cause injury with their quirks without specific instructions from their guardians or supervision is a clear violation of the rules. Midoriya Izuku, because you don't have a quirk, technically you don't fall under these rules, but as a student of UA, we agree that you should know better. However, you are lucky that Ingenium has stated that he gave you permission to use your quirks, and that Ida was under Ingenium's watch, and we can classify most of this as self-defense. Otherwise, Endeavor and Ingenium would receive strict punishments and the probable confiscation of your support items. Ida looked at Tensei in shock. He had covered up for them? Tensei winked at him and mouthed, later, because you were given permission, and that Midoriya's second fight with the hero killer was partially broadcasted over the news, no further action is needed. Woof. Everyone would know that you three, under Ingenium's watch, aided in the takedown of Stain, and Midoriya's attacks resulted in his arrest. However, I believe your mentors would have something to say about you fighting the hero killer head-on. Tensu sighed. We'll take responsibility for being negligent in our duties, though I am glad I'm still alive after encountering him twice. We'll deal with this, sir. As someone who helps to protect the peace, I can say thank you. Kenji thanked them. You could have just said that first, right? Midoriya whined. I thought I would get a heart attack. Problem child. Aizawa hissed. Hey, Midoriya, are you and Shinso Aizawa-sensei's secret love child? Todoroki asked. Yep. What do you mean, yep? Aizawa demanded. Far from it. But you adopted us 'cause you love us. Right? So technically we're your kids, aren't we? And we never told anyone you adopted us. Midoriya asked, utterly confused, and Shinso was wearing the exact same expression on his face. Isn't that what Todoroki means by secret love child? Todoroki, Yamada, Hida, Tensei and Aizawa stared at him in disbelief. No. Izuku. No. You were awesome. You really kicked his butt? Uraraka grinned. You were so manly. I saw the fight with Tetsu at our internship. Kirishima cheered. Not like Bakubro here. I was so scared when I saw you fighting Stain live. Hagakure gushed. I didn't know who would win. It was a cliffhanger. The ending was anticlimactic though. Azui noted. F you shitty hair. Bakugo roared. His hair was no long spiky, and it was somehow miraculously tamed by gel. Shinso was giggling from the unnatural look Bakugo had, and Siro was still laughing at him, and in a fit of rage Bakugo's hair exploded right back into place like a puffy Pomeranian. I'm so glad you guys made it out safely. I was worried. Yaoyorozu sighed in relief, carefully ruffling Shinso's hair. She was sure that the three students could handle themselves, especially with the overprotective Aizawa there, but once she and Kendo had spotted Shinso struggling in Ida's grasp on live television, and they had promptly started panicking. Lunchtime with 1B was chaotic as usual. Everyone was trying to ask Midoriya about the fight, his support items, and he was chattering excitedly with Hatsum over the success of the support items and their improvements. Wait, you designed them? Kaminiari asked.
Yep.
When I was 11. I tried to make it, but the stuff at the trash heap wasn't good enough. Tried to make support items. Some that actually worked, out of trash? Tetsu yelled, "That's so manly." I know, right? Kirishima grinned. Oh, any improvements on your